Call the December 17th, 2025 Town Council meeting to order. Take a moment of silence, especially for the Brown University and Australia incident and that MIT professor that got killed at his house the other night. So I'd like the moment silent. Please keep them in your prayers. Stand for the, could you please stand for the pledge of allegiance to the flag?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Note to residents. All citizens are welcome to attend public meetings in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel or live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using the number 1-929-205-6099. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens may join a Zoom webinar using the Zoom webinar ID number of 848-2012-6362. Any participants who wish to speak during the webinar must enter their full name and email address when joining the webinar. All participants will be automatically muted upon joining the webinar. In order to speak, participants will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Announcements from the chair. This meeting is being recorded by Franklin TV and shown on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon 29. This meeting may be recorded by others. Councilor Griffin, I think did she join
Yes.
the Zoom meeting?
She's on.
So she will be joining us remotely tonight.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
It's being recorded anyway.
Upcoming town sponsors community, tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. will be town council's office hours at the senior center. School committee member Dave Callahan has a few comments from the school committee. Dave?
All right, thank you very much. I'll keep this brief so we can get to these great athletes here in the room today. But at our last school committee meeting, we voted on the capital projects request that will kind of go to FinCom and later on to your desk as well. We really see with the capital projects that we're kind of looking at this year, pared it down from in the past years, much more focus on just the three highest priorities. It's not for a lack of want, but simply just kind of managing the financial realities that this community kind of finds itself in, trying to kind of come forward with something that's very targeted and reasonable. We also had a great presentation about special education here in Franklin Public Schools. It was about an hour long, and I believe Steve Sherlock through Franklin Matters also has a podcast with Assistant Superintendent Morano talking about it, bringing it down to about half an hour. The biggest thing, though, is that when it comes to special education, we're seeing a rise in the number of students requiring special education, and with that, an increased price tag to educate all of our Franklin Public School students. But we also saw there's been long-term investment and to build and grow specialized programs here in district. And it's a lot of, there's oftentimes some students that will come in that require specialized education, and if we can't meet their needs, then we're going to have to do an out-of-district tuition, which comes at a significant cost. But what we're able to do instead is be able to teach Franklin kiddos here in Franklin. And obviously there's amazing benefits to be able, for moms and dads to be able to put their kids on the bus to go to Franklin schools with their brothers and sisters and all their neighborhood friends. It also is an amazing cost saver. For every student that we're able to keep in district, it saves about $50,000. Currently, we're saving about $7.8 million through the specialized programming that we have here, where if we did not make those investments, we'd be spending that money to do out-of-district spending. And lastly, we had a great snapshot of our enrollment data. A lot of times, I think at an October meeting, I kind of came here talking about our October 1 enrollment numbers. You'll hear that from time to time. October 1 is when the schools are reporting up to the state. It's saying, here's exactly how many kids that we have, and that's what gets all the balls rolling for funding and for everything else, is these October 1 numbers. What we did at our last meeting is the superintendent's office and his team put together a 2-page flyer that really broke down a lot of that information into some great visualizations. Two big things that we saw. One, over at K-8, the number of students that are going to outside of Franklin Public School programming, including the charter school, is at a 5-year low. What we've also saw is that the number of Franklin kids going to Franklin Public Schools steadily has been increasing year over year over year, almost about 89% this year. And so the big thing, we're really seeing that Franklin families moving to Franklin and wanting to continue to send their kids to Franklin Public Schools, and why we just continue to fight for the amazing programming that we have, and continue to kind of try to get as much funding as we can to continue to make sure that all those families that want to go to Franklin Public Schools can continue to find an amazing public education system year over year. So thank you all so much, and I hope you have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you, Dave. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express their view for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda, in compliance with Chapter 30A, Section 20 of the Open Meeting Law. The council cannot engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during citizens' comments. The council may ask the town administrator to review the matter. Nothing herein shall prevent the town administrator from correcting a misstatement of fact. Do we have anybody in the audience? Mark, just state your name and address.
Yes, thank you. Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive here in Franklin. I'll be quick as well. I don't want to take time away from the fun stuff that's coming up. But a couple of weeks ago at your first December meeting, I had gotten up and spoke to you a little bit about these two bills that are in the Massachusetts legislature right now. I followed that up last week with an email with more information about it. I haven't heard back from any of you. And so my ask of you tonight is to please take a look at that email. These are two bills that can have significant impact to the power structure between municipalities and public utilities, as well as some financial impact as well. So could you please take a look at those, the information I sent you? If you have questions, let me know, and I'll give you a little bit more information about an upcoming webinar that can explain in more detail what these two bills are about. And I know you can't respond to me now, so thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anybody else? Brian, just state your name and address, please.
Brian Young, 5 Berkeley Drive. I come before you tonight as a follow-up to my conversation last month with you regarding transparency on billing to residents, specifically in this case, the real estate tax bill. And I'm happy to report, through a lot of hard effort by Kerry Bertoni, we're going to have a calculator online that's actually going to be put up relatively soon, that any resident can go on, put on their assessed value, and see everything broken down line item by line item, that tells you the debt exclusions, when they expire. It ties right out to the penny of your tax bill. We did it against mine, and it worked great. Thanks to Steve for a lot of his effort on it as well. But this just shows, I was thinking about this, it shows how the council can't do it alone, right? I mean, you're gonna need some help from residents. You guys got some big challenges ahead of you. This is a quick kill that happened when the right people were involved with it. And so I look to the council today and I think back to prior to the election, the Franklin Observer asked all of you questions as it relates to trust in town and transparency in town. And I could read your comments because I went back and looked at them all. But as it relates to that, I think somebody on this committee needs to have a motion to create a committee that allows a committee to look at the trust and transparency concerns that some residents have. Because there may be a lot of quick kills like we had once Kerry was involved that can put some people at ease. And so I'd love to see one of you do it. I have some thoughts on how that committee could look and would welcome talking to you. I will be at the hours tomorrow morning, but I'd love to see one of you that were so concerned with transparency and trust have a motion to try to create a committee for the residents of this town. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. State your name and address, please.
Jason Joyce, 80 Union Street. Why did the green beans cross the road?
We're not allowed
To get, yeah, I know there's no response. I'm taking advantage of that with the pause. To get to the other sides. Pause for laughter. That dad joke was brought to you by Franklin Fathers. We're a new organization here in town whose three pillars are community, wellness, and advocacy. And I wanted to take this opportunity to invite other dads, caregivers, and families to our upcoming winter events. On December 30th, we have Dads and Donuts at Downtown Sports from 8:30 to 10:30. Coffee, donuts, kids burning energy, everybody wins. Come anytime in that range, meet other dads, start off the morning right. And on January 16th, after the new year, we have Daddy-Daughter Hair School in conjunction with the Franklin Public Library at the library, wherein a hairdresser will come and teach us dads braiding techniques for our daughters on a Friday night before hitting a night out on the town. In addition, every Sunday morning at 8 a.m., we meet for a run club at the Snett Trailhead, and we hope to see many of you there. Thanks for your time and your laughter.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Oh, no.
Hello, Shannon Nisbet, Director of Veteran Services, and Deborah Martin, Veteran Services Executive Assistant. Good evening. With the long, cold winter ahead of us, I want to get the word out to Franklin veterans and their spouses that we can, on a case-by-case basis, provide assistance with bills through our town veterans funds. Our Franklin Municipal Veterans Assistance Fund can be used to cover costs for heating fuel, transportation, and food. Our Veterans Gift Fund may be used to assist with different types of bills, more broad types, such as electric, water, property taxes, and dental costs, just as some examples. Please know that we can't guarantee that we will cover the entire cost of the bill, and the money has to be used towards a necessity in a sustainable situation. Later tonight, we will be thanking our generous donors who make these funds possible. Additionally, our office can assess if you are eligible for other veterans benefits, such as Chapter 115. For those of you who don't know, Chapter 115 is a needs-based benefit for veterans, surviving spouses, and their dependents. This benefit is administered locally in Franklin and authorized by the state. Just so the town council knows, it's the biggest line item in our budget at $165,000, and the state reimburses us for 75% of these expenditures. Chapter 115, for the veterans listening, is a difficult benefit to qualify for, but it is a lifeline for those who do. I do also want to make an important note. The Chapter 115 program is typically not a solution for a household struggling to pay market rent or mortgage. And for that reason, our office has become well-versed in helping people with CHAMP and HUD applications for subsidized housing. And we also carefully monitor the affordable housing developments in the area. I hope all of our veterans and spouses listening out there have a positive takeaway from this brief announcement. As you can see, there are many ways we can help you through our office, our town funds, Chapter 115, subsidized housing applications, and last but not least, VA disability claims, a topic for another night. We encourage any Franklin veteran or spouse to contact our office at 508-613-1315. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name and address, please.
Hi, sorry. Hi, my name is Chandra Yunker, and I live at 39 Union Street in Franklin. I just wanted to come here tonight and give a long overdue shout out to the Franklin Public Library, and specifically Miss Kaylee Keating. My husband and I have 4 kids, one of whom is dyslexic, and if you don't know what that is, her brain is wired differently, and she sees the world differently. She has a lot of special talents that come with it, but what comes with dyslexia is a strong struggle to read. So when she looks at words on a page, she doesn't see it the way we do. So we have been working with her, and the schools have been working with her. But what really helped her was some large print helps dyslexic people read sometimes. She noticed at the library that all the large print books were for adults. And she was not an adult, so we couldn't read those. She went to Miss Kaylee and she asked if she ever had heard of large print books for kids. And Miss Kaylee Keating was just like, well, why? Because she's amazing. And my daughter explained, she's like, I'm dyslexic. I don't want to read the baby books anymore. I wanna read books, but I struggle and I need larger print. And I had run out of resources because when you Google large print books for kids, you get like gift sets. It's not ideal. And Kaylee didn't have the answer, but she's like, I'm gonna find out. And we went back a couple weeks later, and she's like, I have found large print books for older children, and I have a budget. And she sat down with my daughter, and they picked out books. And now my daughter and any other kid who has low vision, reading problems, or dyslexia has a shelf at the library that they can go to. So I'm just really appreciative of all the library does and what Ms. Keating has done for our family and for any family that has similar struggles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Muchow, 4 Briarwood Road. I'm also on the Council of Aging, and I have several things, but they're all good. So last week, we had the Winter Wonderland at the Senior Center. Several of the town councilors were there. I'm happy to report we had over 500 people come, and it was a wild night. There were people, Elvis was playing, they had very elaborate face painting, they had photo booths, they had characters. It was a really happening place, and as you can tell, the Franklin Senior Center is not just for seniors anymore, because it was from kids all the way up to the seniors. And I just wanted to thank my friends at FOFI, for those who don't know, because the teens probably don't know, it means Friends of Franklin Elders, otherwise known as FOFI, that they just pulled this program together, and it was just so awesome. I wanted to mention another program that they actually do, in which they identify homebound and seniors who may have some needs, and they partner with the Benjamin Franklin Charter School, and they do gift cards and notes. And they just recently got this note back, that there was a woman that they had sent a card to, and it was the first time in 30 years that she is putting up a Christmas tree, because she's had so many blessings. And apparently she got a letter with a gift card from FOFI, and it was written by a child named Natalie. And she said it was so meaningful and generous, it made her burst into tears. And apparently she was out of milk, bread, and eggs, so the gift card came at the perfect time. And she felt like it was a sign from heaven that everything was going to be okay. So the Senior Center, FOFI, and the COA are doing marvelous things. And if you were at the Senior Center for Winter Wonderland, there was one room that had all sorts of Christmas decorations. There's still Christmas decorations there. If you go now, it's 50% off. So go, because they're cheap prices to begin with, and they're really good deals. I liberated a few stuffed animals and brought them home. And then what I really came up for was to update you on the community coat drive. So I wanted to thank the community of Franklin, because I think we received well over 600 coats this year. The generosity and the most beautiful coats were at the coat center. We did things a little bit differently this year in that on Friday afternoon, for about an hour and a half, we invited seniors and veterans to come and shop or without having everybody else there. And we had 19 of them show up. So they were able to get coats, et cetera. And then I worked with one of my counterparts up in Milford, and someone needed some pants, and we needed some men's gloves. So we got it from Milford, and that was delivered as well. And then on the day of the actual coat drive, we actually helped 65 families with 175 coats. And it was really, really amazing because we had one little girl who was so excited she was able to choose her own coat. She had her own little coat dance that she was doing all over the church because she was so excited. There was a woman who is from Arizona who was visiting her son in Bellingham, is not going back and had no clothes or coats. So she was able to pick out a nice warm coat, and the community closet was open, so she got clothes as well. About 67% of the families are actually from Franklin, but we also had people come as far as Framingham and Brockton, Blackstone, Mendon, and we even had an out-of-stater from Woonsocket, but they're still out of state. So we were really, really pleased with that, and we actually used a new model this time in which we had personal shoppers with each of the families that were shopping. But thank you so much to the town of Franklin for the generosity.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in council chambers? Anybody in Zoom land?
Yep. Ali Rayum, let me just promote her to panelist. One sec. Ali, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Hey, Ali.
Ally,
We
state
can
your
hear you
name
too.
and address, please.
Ali Rayum, 47 Summer Street. First of all, my screen was getting blurry with all of these amazing announcements that I'm hearing of this community involvement, like the coat drive. It's just because I'm tearing up. My screen was getting blurry, so well done to the community for that. Couple things. One, I know that most people like three things in life: free food, free drinks, and being welcomed into a space, however they look, however they come. And on Saturday, for our Rise Up social hour, to connect the community with individuals who navigate disability, we will be welcoming anyone 18 plus from the community to join our holiday party. So it's an open house. Anyone can come anytime between 10 and 11 a.m. at the Franklin United Methodist Church, which is 82 West Central Street. You do not have to navigate disability to join us at any time. We always do this the third Saturday of every month. However, those who do navigate disability are especially welcome, and we will do anything and everything possible to accommodate anyone to be included in our activities, our social time, everything. So whether you do navigate disability, you're a caregiver, general member of the community, anyone 18 plus is welcome to join us. And I guess lastly, I wasn't planning to say this, but since someone just mentioned a lack of large print books for children at the library, I'm pleased to announce that I will be adding to that collection as an author with a large print accessible kids book in February. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in Zoom land? Anybody, Jamie?
No.
Okay, moving on. I'm going to accept the motion for approval of minutes for November 12th, 2025.
So moved. Second.
Additions, deletions? Accept the motion to accept November 12th, 2025 meetings.
We
All in
need
favor?
to do a roll call.
Oh,
because
roll
of,
call, Caroline's here.
Caroline being.
Sorry.
No.
That's your fault, Carolyn.
Wah, wah.
I know.
Okay. Councilor Griffith,
Yes.
Councilor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilor Juku,
Yes.
Councilor Morangello,
Yes.
Councilor Blank,
Yes.
Councilor Callaway Tripp,
Yes.
I am a yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes. Motion carries. Accept a motion to accept minutes of November 19, 2025.
So moved.
Second. Additions, deletions. I'll accept the roll call vote to accept the meeting,
1 second,
Minutes
Mr.
of-
Chairman.
November 19, 2025.
Councilor Griffith?
Yes.
Councilor Malloy?
Yes.
Councilor Juku?
Yes.
Councilor Marangelo?
Yes.
Councilor Blank?
Yes.
Councilor Callaway Tripp?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
9-0, sir.
Motion carries. Now the fun stuff. Proclamations and recognitions. We got 3 tonight. The first one is the 8th grade Franklin Panthers football team. Councilor Cormier Ledger and myself will be.
So if we can get the coaches and boys from 8th grade football to just come up by the microphone, we'll present to you guys there. I know somewhere in there, the coaches are hiding. One. Let's let the coaches come forward, boys.
Come all the way around.
Here, it's fine. Take the knee. Take a knee. Take a knee.
Take a knee.
Take a knee, boys.
Ready? All right, well, congratulations, boys, coaches, parents. We're very excited to recognize you on all of your achievements. For anybody that doesn't know, I used to be on the board with Franklin Youth Football, and my boys have both gone through the program. My son is now a varsity football player at the high school, so very special what you guys are doing. And this guy has an even longer history.
Well, yeah, I was a former vice president of the Franklin Pop Warner. I also, all my kids went through Pop Warner, and we were the 2000, it's been a while, but 2009 and 2010 Super Bowl champs. The Councill Grella's son actually was 2009, but a grade ahead of me. So we had 2 Super Bowl teams that won that. So this is very special. You guys made a bond. I know it's carried our kids all the way through. Now they're 30, so you guys have a special bond ahead of you.
So we wanted to take a few minutes to congratulate you guys. So this citation reads, "The Town of Franklin, a proclamation recognizing the 2025 8th grade Franklin Panthers football team in celebration of your championship-winning 2025 season. Whereas the 2025 8th grade Franklin Panthers delivered an outstanding performance during their incredible 2025 season, concluding with a 7-1 regular season record, a 16-6 Super Bowl win over Attleboro, and finally, the ultimate achievement of the state championship after securing playoff victories over Canton, Attleboro, and Quincy. And whereas the 29 athletes on this championship team demonstrated strength, dedication, teamwork, and excellence throughout your entire 2025 season, and whereas the Franklin Town Council is proud to recognize the 2025 8th grade Franklin Panthers on their exceptionally successful season. Now therefore be it known that the members of the 2025 8th grade Franklin Panthers football team are hereby commended and recognized by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin for an exceptional season and for proudly representing the Town of Franklin as state champions. We congratulate all of you boys, all of your coaches, all of your parents, because truly an incredible team effort. And it is signed December 17th, signed by our chairman, Robert DeLorco, and presented to you by myself. So congratulations, boys. We'll do a photo when we're done with the other kids, okay? We'll leave you with that for now, sir. All right. Congrats, boys. So now you can go back to your seats, and we're gonna have the next group come up, okay? I'll announce it.
Okay. The next recognition is for the Franklin High School cheerleading team. Councilor Marangello is going to read your proclamations, so could you please come up?
Come on up. Turn around. Congratulations on the town of Franklin from the entire Franklin Council. I'd like to read to you this proclamation. Town of Franklin, a proclamation recognizing the 2025 Franklin High School cheerleading team in celebration of their championship-winning 2025 season. Whereas the 2025 Franklin High School cheerleading team delivered an outstanding performance during their incredible 2025 season, securing first place at the Hockomock League Championship, first place at the South Regional Championship, and ultimately taking home first place from Division I State Championship for the 6th consecutive year. And whereas the extraordinary athletes on this championship team demonstrated strength, dedication, teamwork, and excellence throughout the 2025 season. And whereas the Franklin Town Council is proud to recognize the 2025 Franklin High School cheerleading team on their exceptionally successful season. Therefore, now be it known that the members of the 2025 Franklin High School cheerleading team are hereby commended and recognized by the Town Council and the Town of Franklin for an exceptional season and for proudly representing the Town of Franklin as state champions. Signed, Robert DeLorco, Chairman of the Franklin Town Council. Congratulations.
So we're gonna have one other split come up. and then-
One other one, and then we'll get all pictures. I'll take a break.
Girls volleyball?
Yeah.
That's count.
So the next recognition is for the Franklin High School girls volleyball team. Councilor Jugo is going to read the proclamation.
So first off, congratulations again. I'm sure you've heard it often. You'll continue to hear it. Sorry? I'm sure you've heard it often. You continue to hear it. It's a fantastic job. We're also very proud of you. So to get to the proclamation, Town of Franklin, a proclamation recognizing the 2025 Franklin High School girls volleyball team in celebration of their championship-winning 2025 season. Whereas the 2025 Franklin High School girls volleyball team delivered an outstanding performance during their incredible 2025 season, finishing their regular season with a record of 18-2 before taking first place at the Kelly Rex division of the Hockomock League Championship, and ultimately winning the first ever state championship in Franklin volleyball history. And whereas the 2025 girls volleyball team entered the Division I state tournament as the number 5 seed, and swept Braintree and Lincoln Sudbury in the first 2 rounds before moving on to sweep a strong Andover team in the round of 8, sending them to the Final Four. A 3-0 win over Newton South put them in their first ever state final against 3-time defending champion Newton North. The championship match was a battle, and Franklin came out on top, winning 15-11 in the 5th set. And whereas the extraordinary athletes on this championship team demonstrated strength, dedication, teamwork, and excellence throughout the 2025 season, with 3 players earning all-star honors, 2 players being named to the Division I state tournament team, and 1 player being named both the Kelly Rex Player of the Year and Tournament MVP. And whereas this team set a new standard for Franklin volleyball, not just in how they played, but in how they supported each other, stayed humble, and represented something bigger than themselves. Now, therefore, be it known that the members of the 2025 Franklin High School girls volleyball team are hereby commended and recognized by the Town Council of the Town of Franklin for an exceptional season and for proudly representing the Town of Franklin as state champions. Signed by Robert DeLorco, Chairman. Thank you again.
So I'll take a couple-minute break to take photographs with the exceptional athletes. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Can we get all of the kids and coaches to come up and
here.
we'll
We on?
Yes.
Call the council back to action here. Next agenda item is appointments. Council on Aging, Christopher Brady. Clerk will read the appointment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This appointment is to the Council of Aging. The town administrator has appointed Christopher Brady to serve as a member of the Council on Aging with a term to expire on June 30th, 2027. The motion is to ratify the appointment by the town administrator for Mr. Christopher Brady to serve as a member of the Council on Aging with a term to expire on June 30th, 2027.
I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is Christopher here, or is he on Zooming?
He's on Zoom. Yep. One sec. Okay. Kit, I think you're a panelist now.
Hello?
He's there. Does anybody have any questions for him?
Does
Or?
anybody have any questions?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I'm on now.
Oh, okay. Hi, Chris. How you doing? Did anyone have any questions on the council? None?
Just thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
I know Chris.
My pleasure.
I just actually delivered oil to his house yesterday. So we were talking in the driveway. He's a really, really nice guy, so.
Just a comment, you know, as everyone said, thank you, but it's incredible to have a neuropsychologist, someone with, you know, his experience and background, working with the Council on Aging, so just appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Oh, we need roll call.
We need roll call.
Sir.
Roll call.
Caroline?
Yep. Councilor Griffith.
Yes.
Councilor Malloy.
Yes.
Councilor Ojukwu.
Yes.
Councilor Morangello.
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilor Callaway Tripp.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Vice Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Yes.
9-0, sir.
Motion passes. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Okay, we have no public hearing scheduled. License transaction. We have the 2026 Town of Franklin Alcohol License Renewal. Clerk will read the renewal. This is always a fun.
Oh, yeah. This is the blast. Okay, Mr. Chairman. The memorandum states, I'm asking the Town Council to approve the 2026 alcohol license renewals. Currently, there are a few businesses that still need to pass inspection. However, there are a few that need to complete their Board of Health permit and have outstanding fees. The 2026 Town of Franklin alcohol license renewal list will be read by myself as clerk of your council during this license renewal transaction. Please note that licenses will not be issued until fees are paid and inspections have passed. Any licensees that are not in compliance will have their license held by the town until the compliance issues have been resolved. And then our town administrator is available if there are any questions.
And
You get it.
Then Jamie, do you want to ask Jamie if he has anything else before I read it?
There's a motion.
It's a motion.
Motion on the next page.
You have to read.
Okay. License transaction, 2026 annual alcoholic beverage license renewals, all establishments but 7, although that's been updated to now be 6, have passed inspections by the Building Department, Board of Health, and Fire Department. We've noted those establishments as well as those establishments with fees or taxes due to the town. So the motion to approve the renewal of alcoholic beverage licenses listed on the attached 2026 Town of Franklin alcohol license renewal list and read will be read by myself as clerk of the town council for the year 2026, with the issuance of licenses that have inspections, fees, or taxes outstanding to be withheld, physically held in the town administrator's office until all items are resolved. I will now read the long list of both the legal name and the doing business as licensee name.
Is it allowed to make a motion to waive the reading?
No.
Unfortunately, no.
Unfortunately.
Good
Not-
instincts,
not-
though.
not with
Good
this one.
instincts.
Tried.
This one, though,
Great try, though.
I appreciate that, Councilor Malloy. Okay, 660 Central LLC, doing business as Mobile. 99 Restaurants of Boston LLC, doing business as 99 Restaurant and Pub. Asha Deep Inc., doing business as Union Street Wine and Liquor. Avocado Inc., doing business as Acapulco's. Contractor and Sons Inc., doing business as Lincoln Street Market. Dean College does business as itself. DeVita's Market LLC does business as DeVita's Market. Dharma Bhakti Corporation, doing business as Liquor World. Ferrera Imports Incorporated, doing business as Ferrera's Market. Franklin Country Club, Inc., doing business as Franklin Country Club. Franklin Hospitality Group, LLC, doing business as the Tavern on Central. Franklin Liquors Incorporated, doing business as Franklin Liquors. Franklin Lodge 2136, Benevolent Protective Order of the Elks, Inc., be impressed that I knew what BPOE stands for, doing business as Franklin Elks. Franklin Performing Arts Company, Inc., doing business as Franklin Performing Arts Company, Inc. Franklin Shed, LLC, doing business as Franklin Shed. Glen Pharma Distillery, LLC, doing business as Glen Pharma Distillery. Jai Ho Group, Inc., doing business as the Curry House. JDJ Ichigo Ichi, Inc., doing business as Ichigo Ichi. Jimmy D's, LLC, doing business as Jimmy D's. Kaushik Restaurant, Inc., doing business as Mirchi Indian Cuisine. Kojo Asian Fusion, LLC, doing business as Kojo. The Truax King Street Cafe, Inc., doing business as King Street Cafe. La Cantina Winery Company, doing business as La Cantina. Let's Eat Franklin, LLC, doing business as 3 Restaurant. Max Roast Beef and Breakfast, Inc., doing business as Max. Maplegate Country Club, Inc., doing business as Maplegate Country Club. Marlboro Food, Inc., doing business as 7-Eleven Store, 37380B. Mormax Corporation, doing business as BJ's. Nep Ops Tea, LLC, doing business as Residence Inn by Marriott Franklin. P.H. Franklin, Inc., doing business as Raillery Public House. Proof Restaurant, LLC, doing business as Proof. Rare Hospitality International, Inc., doing business as Longhorn Steakhouse, number 5140. Rome Restaurant, Inc., doing business as the Rome Restaurant. Rise Wine, Inc., doing business as Poor Richard's Wine and Provisions. Santa Fe Burrito Grill, LLC, doing business as Santa Fe. Sheikh Shapatri Corporation, doing business as Dacey's Market. Star Market Company, Inc., doing business as Shaw's. Super HK LLC, doing business as Maguro House. Table and Vine LLC, doing business as Table and Vine. Teddy Gallagher's Pub LLC, doing business as Teddy Gallagher's Irish
Table
Pub.
and Vine Inc., I think.
Sorry?
Table and Vine Inc., not L.
Table and Vine Inc., doing business as Table and Vine, right? Sorry? That box is actually blank, so I'll say Table and Vine Inc., doing business as Table and Wine Inc. Teddy Gallagher Pub LLC, doing business as Teddy Gallagher's Irish Pub. The Chateau Restaurant of Franklin Inc., doing business as the Chateau. The Little Shop of Olive Oils Inc., doing business as the Little Shop of Olive Oils. TTN Thai Food Inc., doing business as Pepper Terrace Thai Cuisine. Village Mall Liquors Inc., doing business as Village Mall Liquors. Windtop Acres Inc., doing business as Birchwood Bakery. Zhujiang Inc., doing business as the Bamboo House. That's the end of the list, Mr. Chairman.
That's the end. I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second. Discussion. Discussion on the floor. No discussion? I'll accept a motion. We have to do
We do.
roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councilor Griffith.
Yes.
Councilor Malloy.
Yes.
Councilor Ojukwu.
Yes.
Councilor Morangello.
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilor Callaway Tripp.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Vice Chair Grella.
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
9-0, sir.
Motion passes. Moving on, presentation and discussion. We have a few. The first one is the snow presentation by our DPW Directors Bruce Canarese and Carlo Rebello, Highway Superintendent. Go at it, boys.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. As was stated, I have Carlos Rebello, he's the Highway Ground Superintendent. I also assisted in this program quite a bit by Mr. Tony Bernetta. He is the assistant, and also have Steve here tonight to help me with the technical issues. So he's now part of the snow and ice program. So this is a program I do every couple of years because I will say, as the Public Works Director, this is the second most thing I get calls about. Number one would always be trash. People love to call about trash. This is a solid number two, and particularly this time of year. So it's a very complex thing that we do, and if you try to meet all the needs, so I just thought we'd go through the whole program and different things that come up. Good, Steve. So the priorities, these are the same priorities that we've always had since I've been here. It's the way we do things depending on available equipment, but it's the roadways, the public buildings and schools, and the sidewalk. Those priorities were established before I got here, and it's always been a collaboration between the school and the police department and the other public service, how to do things. Our goals, we always want to be prepared. We want to respond with the appropriate resources in a timely manner. Ensure that emergency vehicles can always respond during snow and ice events, provide safe passage for vehicles during snowfall, and have all the roadways cleared showing some asphalt, basically less than an inch of snow and ice within 4 hours at the conclusion of the storm. This is a standard that's been established before I got here. It's a tough thing to do. It's an expensive thing to do. I'll show you some of the numbers to get to that point. But that's kind of what the councils of the past and the residents expect, and that's what we try to get to. Go ahead. So FY25, we had 16 events, 33 inches of snow. That's probably a little higher because we don't measure by the half inch. So if every time we go out, this is a salting event, we just call it an inch of snow. Our total budget for last year was $1.1 million, and we spent about $362,000 just on salt. Go ahead. So in FY26, our budget is not that much higher, $1.4 million basically dollars, and we spent $500,000 on salt. That's what we anticipate. That's about 6,800 tons of salt. Good. So the past year, by fiscal year, in 21, we had 45 inches. In 2016, had 16 inches, 58 inches of snow. That was one of our bigger years. 18 events. You can kind of go across this. They've kind of, people have made notice that, if you want to call it global warming, you believe in that, whatever it might be. The snowfall, I can tell you, in my lifetime, it seems to have gone down quite a bit. We're not dealing with much snow out there, but it's almost as difficult what we have to do. I can tell you, Carlos and I, one of the biggest things we grapple with is, if you think of last year, the storms that, you get that 2 to 3 inches, whether you're going to call plows out, whether you're going to keep using salting, whether you're going to meet the needs. So it's a tough thing to do. As much as it more, a 6-inch storm is a lot less complicated.
A lot easier.
A lot easier, right? You know what you're doing, because the 2 to 3 inch, everybody's going to question you about what you're doing, what you're going out the right time. Go ahead. So salting versus treating. So salting, we go out, our mixing rate is 100% salt. And people ask, like the old days, you know, there used to be the sand, everybody said they go sanding in the old days. What happens is a big environmental concern with that, because what happens is, if we put all that sand down on one thing, it grabs all the pollutions that come off the cars, okay? And then it goes down into the catch basins, goes to the water stream. And plus, it's very, very expensive to clean up the salt. I mean, the sand that's attached. If you think it this way, you know, what are we paying ton now for salt?
63 for regular salt and 83 for treated salt.
And the treated salt's the one that goes down to a lower temperature. I mean, sand might only cost you $6 or $7 a ton, but it can cost you up to $150 to clean it up, and then it's going to be hauled away. A lot of it's considered hazardous waste in Massachusetts. Believe it or not, it's usually, the landfills are closing, so it's hard to get rid of. And then the stuff that comes out of the catch basins that's really contaminated, we actually have to, we have to ship it out of state. It goes to Vermont. And it's very expensive to get rid of. And then the other thing, oh, go back, I'm sorry. People have seen the brine that we try to use around town. It's less expensive. That's about 80% salt brine, and then we also use beet juice with it. It works well as a tacking agent to keep it on the roadway. It's been a great tool for us. It's relatively, it's less expensive. We can go out because staffing's an issue for us, so you go to see the squiggly lines people call about them. We go out and do all the main roads, and as the snow comes down, it, you know, starts the melting process and keeps the salt or the ice from binding with the road. So it's a good product. Go ahead. So just give you a rough cost. This is something I implemented years ago. We call it the 5-truck route. When I first came here, if it was icy out there, we would go and treat the whole town. So, you know, just on the main roads, not the hills, we did every subdivision. As you know, we have a lot of subdivisions in town. And it was, the way I looked at it, wasn't environmentally the right thing to do, and additionally, it's expensive, okay? Not all the side roads, you know, need to get done all the time. You know, we don't want to do the hills and mains, you know. I've said this, you know, if you're doing 20 miles an hour down the road, you're not going to go off the road, and you're not going to total your car. So just slow down, particularly in the subdivisions. Can't say that necessarily on the main roads. You know, we want to have those in the hills and for traction. But just the cost of going out, when we send out the per hour, it's roughly $33,000 per hour when we go out for that, and it's $10,000 for the 5-truck row. And the 5-truck row includes all the schools. It also includes all the town buildings. But those numbers, I don't know if you think they're high or low, but they add up. I mean, we've been out, what, 4 times, right?
4 times, and just the last storm was $55,000. And we didn't even call contractors in.
That was just to go out. So like that last weekend storm the guys were in, that was all done with in-house people. But that's how much it adds up. Next slide. So this is one of the things that I deal with. On one hand, I wear the hat as the, you know, keeping the roads clear. On the other thing, I have to wear the hat as environmental, you know, because I'm also in charge of drinking water in town. We put a lot of salt down, and we have, you know, to keep the standards that we want. But as you can see, the recommended amount of salt that you want to keep in the drinking water system, this is a recommended thing, it's not standard, but they just say what's the right thing to do, is to keep it at 20 parts per million. And you can slowly see in town, you know, from 2000 to 2024, about up to 69, okay, that we've gone through. Now, this well that we take it from, it's also near 495 also, and you might notice they salt a lot out there.
Oh,
So.
I was going to work the other day, and they have full blast the whole time. The whole time.
So that's what we deal with. I'm going to try this link. I got a short little film that we were selected to do because of the right things we do. It can really explain what goes on here in Franklin and salt use. Can you get that up? Good volume.
Salting our roads, it has an environmental cost.
Massachusetts, around 35,000 people. We're about 28 square miles. We also have a lot of commercial industrial in town. We're on 495. People expect high services here. We try to provide. Big snowstorms coming. Public Works is first responders. The residents' expectations, I can tell you, over the years have changed dramatically. When I grew up, if it snowed outside, I had to stay home for a day. Their expectations now are during a snowstorm, it doesn't really matter if we're getting 4 inches of snow or 2 feet of snow. During that snowstorm, they want to be able to drive around and do what they got to do. Salt is a cheap way to get rid of snow and ice.
Salt lowers the freezing temperature of water. In the right conditions, a briny, wet surface can keep ice from bonding with the road, or even prevent ice from forming in the first place.
When we used to go out, we used a mixture of sand and salt. Sand is so much cheaper. Sand's only like $5 a ton to buy. It's very expensive to get rid of. So we use 100% salt now.
In one winter season, we'll use 5,000 to 6,000 tons of salt. After a storm, that salt hasn't disappeared. As the snow melts, it will be washed away down into a catch basin
and be carried directly to a river or stream, or if it seeps into the ground, it becomes part of our groundwater, and it raises the saline level. As a public works guy, I wear a lot of different hats, and on one hand, I'm trying to deal with my residents that want to save this road cost, the cheapest way to do it. On the other hand, I run the water department, and on the water department, they want quality drinking water. All the water we get for our town comes from the ground. Salt levels, ideally, we should be under 20 parts per million. In 2008, we were at about 29. The parts per million kept going up. And presently, we're at 66 parts per million. It's not good.
We are seeing persistent increase in salt pollution in wetlands, streams, and soils. In large quantities, chloride, a component of road salt, is harmful, even fatal, to freshwater animals like snails, frogs, and trout. Even slightly elevated chloride levels threaten the survival of freshwater species, which must compete with those able to live in a salty environment. Chloride also harms plants, especially those close to roads, causing drought-like symptoms and heat. All of this can lead to a significant drop in biodiversity as plants and animals struggle to survive the effects of salt.
The first thing we looked at is what are we doing? What can we do internally? When I first got here, if there was any ice situation, the whole town was just salted. Do we have to do the whole town? Let's focus on the high traffic areas. Let's focus on the hills.
We have 180 lane miles of road in Franklin. If you can get out of your neighborhood and get to a main road, roads that are 40, 50 miles an hour, they'll be down to bare pavement, they'll be safe to drive on.
Then we start looking into the different trucks. We want to make sure everything is calibrated correctly.
There's a lot of moving parts, chains, conveyor belts, computer systems. So before the winter, we do like to calibrate our trucks to make sure we're putting the proper amount that's needed and not overdoing it. The magic number we always shoot for 250 pounds per lane mile.
We train the guys on it. Because some guys, they think, oh yeah, the boss is watching me, I'll put more salt down, my road will be better. Well, yeah, no, it's not. It doesn't get any better. You want to keep it where we keep it.
We're starting to do some pre-treating, and that's a salt brine with a beet juice.
We spray the roads.
3-4 days in advance of a storm. It'll help get a little area on the pavement so we don't produce a ice layer that we can't scrape off of the plows.
And then the last one, which is the hard part to do, is educating the public.
The public sometimes forgets they live in New England and it does snow. People are late to work, they gotta get to work, they gotta leave. It's sleeting, it's snowing. You really need to reduce the speed.
stay off the road. We can be more efficient, we can save money, and then it also helps out, the environmental, because we're gonna use less salt, and, it helps out drinking water. It's hard to say per year how much less salt we use, because as we know, every winter's different. I would realistically say that we've reduced our salt by a third compared to when I first got here.
With the effects of climate change coming into focus, now is a good time to think about the problems of salt. 2023 was the 5th warmest winter on record, and Franklin used considerably less salt than on average. Decades from now, snow and ice may be rare in Franklin. But in the meantime, some experts say that these somewhat warmer winters will require more salt to keep us safe. Ice on already treated roads will thaw during the warmth of the day and need to be salted again before temperatures drop at night and surfaces begin to refreeze.
Salt is a problem, and we don't want to contribute to it. We want to be a solution. Every storm's different, so you constantly got to modify and you change, and you learn from the last one, you move on to the next one.
Probably more than you ever want to know about salt, the good and the bad of it. But it's a tricky thing. So that's one of the things we deal with. So plowing, this is the next thing that when things are going good, we have about 35 of our own pieces of equipment that come in. The council's been very good about funding those through the years. And ideally, we like to have about 60 pieces of outside contractors, everything from skid steers, to schools, to other big trucks, 10-wheels that are out there. It's getting difficult to do that, get those numbers. When things were good, we had about 80 to 100, and what are we at this year?
We are at about 55.
55. So we're trying to do that. And then, once again, people always like to talk about the cost. When town employees are out there just plowing, it's around $1,500 per hour. We get the contractors in, it's about $10,000 an hour. So when we have a storm, obviously, that goes all day, we can, just in the contractors alone, when I say all days, we've had some storms 24, 30 hours. They add up quick. So, and we also get calls a lot about 140, particularly the sections of 140. A lot of that's taken care of by Mass DOT. So when people call about West Central Street or, down East Central, down that way, it's not really our responsibility to do that. They do that. And I try not to take on any more than I need to. And obviously, 495 is done by the state. Good. So challenges. We have a lot of roads to do. We have school walking road, all the sidewalks that we have to do, school walking. Oh, one thing that comes up with sidewalks all the time, since I've been here, we've never added another sidewalk, even though we've built to plow, to clear, because we really don't have the resources to do that. So we've never added anything out, but the sidewalks, like anything else, they were pretty much developed by Public Works, police, and the school department. And the priorities are obviously around the schools and the main roads. But a lot of people will call up and say, you didn't do the sidewalk in our neighborhood. We don't do that. We don't have anywhere near the resources to take care of it. Some folks will go out there and do their own, which is great. But for the most part, that's not our responsibility. Obviously, Mother Nature affects the sidewalks, the timing of the storm, length of storm, type of storm, and amount of snow. Time to require to do sidewalks. If it's less than 6 inches of snow, we go out with the plows. You've seen those, and we can pretty much get that done in a day. If it's a big snow and we have to use the snow blowers, you're looking at 3+ days to do them all. And don't forget, the same guys that are plowing your roads, these are the guys that can go out and do the sidewalks, okay? And they need rest at different times to get this done, as far as just in safety and what goes on. We don't have like the backup crew. We don't have, we're not Boston and have staged workflows. I will say that working with the school department through the years, and it goes back to with Maureen, is that to get out there what the school department, I always talk to the superintendent quite a bit, obviously about any time we're having storms, but what they'll do is, before the sidewalks get done, he will tell all the buses, whether you're a paying bus rider or not, to pick up any student that's on the road at the corner. So if the bus happens to be driving by, they're not a paying one, they will pick them up and take them to school, and they do that until the sidewalks are clear. And that's worked out really well, so that helps out. So that helps with the complaints, because as a parent, you could say it's tough to walk down some of these without the sidewalks, but if the buses pick them up, and they will. This is our big problem right now, is worker shortages. I want to make sure I read these correctly. Sorry. Let's see. So we have, as I'm sure if people work out there, we have the Public Works, we have employee turnover quite a bit. It's not like the old days where, people got a town job and they stayed there forever. The new generation, they come, they stay a while, we train them up and they go. It's true.
I'm with you, brother.
We took I call it like a team photo like 2 years ago. All the employees, and over a third of them are gone. And they leave for different reasons. It might not be their gig. They leave for money. They get relocated, or it's just not what's going on for them. And the same problem we have, the contractors can't find drivers to do it. Plus the CDL requirements have changed quite a bit, and it's much harder to get a CDL license than it used to be. So getting folks to do that, before you just go down there, study it up, and you could take your own driving test and you could get it, but now you actually have to be trained by
to go to a school, right?
They have to go to a school, and to get a CDL, that's somewhere between $9,000 and $12,000.
Yeah.
But I will put a plug out there. Town of Franklin was the first town to be certified as trainers. So if you want to come work for me, get your permit, we'll train you, and you will get your license. And it's worked out pretty good for us. We've been able to get some employees. Private properties, a lot of folks, they don't want to deal with the towns just because the casting's out there. It's harder to do, the different, you get to know your parking lot instead of having to move around town all the time. And just a lack of interest. People don't want to plow anymore. It's blood money. People do not like it, and they can't make money at it.
I'll give you a scenario here. One of our contractors, FY '24, we paid him $5,965 along with sign bonuses. FY '25, $7,680. This year, the insurance, they wanted $6,300.
Yeah, no.
So he's like, he would have profited $1,300. He's like, Carlos, it just doesn't make sense for me.
No, you can't blame him either.
So, and I don't blame him, but these are some of the things we're dealing with the insurance. And, I want to say, last year we called them out 3 times, previous year was 4 times.
Yeah.
So there's just been more salting events and icing events than plowing events. So, and one way, sometimes we're like, we want more snow so these contractors make money, so we'll have them around. But
No, I agree.
this is what we're running into, and it's becoming
it's
becoming a little scary to.
The upfront costs is you get your plow truck set up, you got to buy all that extra equipment, and then you don't use it. You pay the insurance, you're going to pay it whether you plow or you don't. So that's an issue. The effect, obviously, we have increased timetable to clear the roads if we don't have the plow people. And this is what I'm telling you. You know this. You see it everywhere, right? You see the towns. I don't care what town you drive through. We need snowplow drivers, right? Tell me, everywhere. The state, everybody needs it. So it's not just a Franklin issue. It's everywhere out there. Could lead to more delays, more school cancellations, extended timelines to remedy missed areas that we have to do. Downtown snow removal delays, we haven't done that for a couple of years, but if we have a couple storms in a row, we have to go clear the downtown. But it's once again, it's the same guys that have to wait, sleep, and takes a while. They're tired. And then the everyday maintenance we do, the delay in potholes. They don't stop when it snows. We actually get more of them, but the same guys are up all night. They need to rest before we go out and fix those things. And then other work. So Carl's kind of touched on some of these. What we've done, we improved the union contract rate and hours for them to come in and work. We've raised contractor plowing rates. And we were at a meeting with a bunch of other towns the other day, and we always thought we had pretty good plow rates. We don't. People they're just paying more.
To get people.
To get people, because you don't have them. We reviewed our sidewalk and, or not our sidewalk, our snow plowing insurance requirements. We worked with Mark. We used to have a very high one. We brought the threshold down. Hopefully that would reduce some of the costs there for them. Sidewalk plowing update. Remember, we did that whole thing about the sidewalks doing it and whether we enforce it or we don't enforce it. I won't get into that. Enhanced maintenance and calibration of the equipment, new equipment. Once I said, truthfully, the council's been very good through the years. We have very good equipment down there, and I think it's whether we do this, whether we buy lawnmowers, whatever it is, we try to buy the most cost-effective equipment that people can do the most work with, because we don't have the employees. Employees are expensive, as you know, for a town. So if we can get better, more work, more use out of the equipment that we have through those people, that's what we're doing. So that's why we looked at, the brining, the snow plow. We got a wing plow now. We do a lot of different things. It's less employees, but they can get more work done because of the equipment.
Because we're counting so much on our department, it is so good that the council has given us good equipment and how important it is, because we need that up and running and having the good equipment, because we are counting on our department to do the majority of the work.
And our guys do a great job. I mean, they come in, I don't have the issues like a lot of towns, the old days, you call them, they're like, huh, there's no one picking up the phone. Our guys do come in and they put in the hours, so it's a tough gig. Advanced weather services, we can go both ways on that. I mean, tell me anybody knows a weatherman that's always right. I have yet to meet this person, but we do have a lot. That has improved through radar, and we've got some different things going on there. And then we work with other towns. And then also the other thing, another technology thing, is the cameras that we've installed through towns. A lot of places downtown in the stops, or not stop signs, the signals, will have cameras there, so we can see. Believe it or not, like in Franklin, because we have elevation changes, like up off of Lincoln Street all the way down to Washington, the roads can be frozen. You experienced that one night on Lincoln Street.
Yeah, or Washington.
Or Washington, yeah.
I called you.
Yeah, I know, you got my number. But it gets icy, even though we had been out and we had treated, but it's just so the cameras help us see what's going on too.
It also gives us temperature on the pavement, which is very
huge. So that's the worker shortage thing. Then go into, obviously, I think some of this common sense, what can affect the response to our timing of the storm, day of the week, hour of the day. So obviously, a Monday morning, we're gonna have a lot of people out there on the road. Okay, it slows us down because, the piece of equipment stuck behind other people going to work. The amount and type of precipitation, the light fluffy stuff, you have to totally different than the heavy wet stuff or sleet or ice like that. It makes a big difference. The duration of the storm, whether it's a quick, fast one that comes in here, boom, we try to get it before it comes down, or these long ones, we know it's coming, it's gonna be a long storm, so we have to save our resources, have to save our people to make sure they can do it. Temperature during the storm, it goes up, it goes down. And it can change what the amount of product that we're putting down and what we're doing. This one's always key to me, weather pattern, warm to cold, which is what we're gonna see later on this week, actually, then we're going cold to warm. So cold and warm, you tend to get more in the springtime that comes in here, so you get a cold thing. We know it's gonna warm up the next day, so we might be cutting back, doing stuff because we get the radiating sun. It goes in. Frost in, frost out of the ground. Obviously, it's no frost in the ground. The first stuff starts to melt when it goes down. If it's already frozen, it's going to freeze up. The month of the storm is huge. We're in the darkest time of year right now. You know that. Everybody walks outside at 3:30, you're like, where's the sun? And so we're not getting that radiational warming. But once you hit like the end of February, the sun comes up, it melts the snow, everything a whole lot quicker. And then recent storm activities. This goes against so many different things. If you guys have been out doing multiple storms, you remember 2014, we got like a foot of snow every 3 days, okay? That's the folks getting tired. Every time we go in a storm, equipment breaks, so we got to fix that so it may not be available for the next storm, okay? And then just the snow on the road. If it's already out there, we only can push back the bank so far, clear the corners. So all these different things can affect what's going on with the recent storm activity. Preparing for a storm, this is, like everybody else, we watch the weather forecast, we get what we do. Equipment readiness, we go over what vehicles, we get like anything else, some parts aren't available, so a truck might be down, we have to jump through hoops. Availability of DPW personnel, who's going to be available, who's not going to be available, other things that come up. We contact other town departments, whether it's the school department, the senior center, what's going on, the library. We talk to them, maybe closing. Obviously, I talk to the superintendent quite a bit during the winter. And then reaching out to our contractors, the same issues that we have. They might be having equipment breakdown, people not available. Availability of supplies and salt, that was a number of years ago. We haven't really had that problem lately. Training and after-action reviews. We go through what we did right, what things we could improve upon again. And the other thing is, we're constantly training down, as I expressed before, we have new employees. The first time you're going out in a storm, it's a big deal. They're trying to learn what's going on, they're learning the route, how to do it, and then we want to go through it, what we can do and improve it. And then we prepare for next event. We're always preparing. These are a couple bylaws, just so to remind folks at home. No person shall plow, push, deposit, throw, or pile snow or ice into or across any public street, sidewalk, property, not direct cause the same to be done unless the employee of the town, okay? I'll just tell you, like me, it's so annoying. We clear the whole street, right? And then people that plow, the contractors come on, they push all the snow back out into the road. So I'll give them a warning, and if they repeat, we'll fine them. Or even homeowners that go out there, you clean up the whole end of the street and they got their snow blowers. They don't throw it on the lawn, they put it right back in the road. But you're not really helping, and you're not being a good citizen, good neighbor. This one we get all the time, the parking of any motor vehicles when they lay out a public right-of-way street or roadway open to public is prohibited between the hours of 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. while a winter storm banning is in effect. We have one of the most lenient ones around. Work with Jeff Nutting on this. It is lenient. The old days, it wasn't like, you remember like November 15th to April 15th, you couldn't park on the road, no matter what. We realize there's issues out there, and a lot of times you have it. So just during those hours at night when we're out there, clear the roads. They can go back on the day, for crying out loud. But just during the event, you don't do it. But we get people that do it. And particularly the first storm downtown, that's where you get most of them. And then after the first storm, the police have been very, very good about going out and giving, warnings they put on the car. We don't want to ticket people. We don't want to tow people. But once people understand, they move. So that's why we probably put it out there. Rules to remember, hydrants. People always call up and say, hey, I can't find my hydrant. You got to snow clear it out. No, we don't do that. We can't do that. We don't have the resources. So the fire department doesn't do it either. If you can't find it, they have the markers on them. The fire department will come out, and the water department will be able to find them for you. Because, it hasn't been that bad if we pile them in there. But it has happened in the past. But we will do that. This one I get all the time. There's no salt available at DPW yard. People are like, oh, it's paid for, this, that, and the other thing. Well, a couple things here. You can't do it because it's a safety thing. People showing up in the middle of the night, we're trying to do everything.
Black jacket on.
Yeah, and they're trying to take salt. So it's a huge liability issue. People say, why can't you put a pile out front? Let people go by. Can't do that either because obviously we got to keep it covered, and it's an environmental concern. And then you might find this hard to believe, people would take advantage of it. There'd be a contractor down there just filling up everything and doing everything. So we've never done that. Then we have basketball hoops is another one. They're not allowed in the public right away, but because they get hit by the trucks and everything else. So we sent out a bunch. We sent out some more today. Just reminding folks, take their hoops and pull them back from the curb. Because of obstructing. And then the mailbox policy, I think we're at $50. $50. So if we strike your mailbox, we're not doing it intentionally. I always tell people we don't have like a big game going on who gets the most. I tell my folks all the time, as we really do a very good job clearing snow in this town. And if you knock over someone in the mailbox, that's just going to give them a bad taste in their mouth. So please don't do that, and they're very respectful. It does happen. But if we do happen to, hit it, or the heavy snow breaks them a lot, then there's a $50 policy, and that's it. So people come down and say, hey, I got the granite post from Swenson Granite. No, it's $50 because we go down and look at like Lowe's or Home Depot. You get a standard mailbox out there, and it's $50. Next one. So I just put this up there. My top 10 complaints. Plows keep putting snow in my driveway right after I shovel. Because we try to do that. When we see you just cleared it, we're going to go by and push it all back in there. Because but that's not true. We just have to keep going.
So when the driver laughs at us and does that, we'll tell him it's not.
Yeah, okay.
That's when he takes out your mailbox.
Yeah, apparently.
My street is not down to asphalt, but others are. Well, it's just different timing that goes on, but we try to get that. I think we kind of explained it earlier, that we try to do the more main drags in the hills before we get to everything else. There's more snow on my side of the road than the other. No, we really tried to divide the snow up either. We're not playing favorites. We're not trying to give you extra snow, okay? So go down the middle. The roadway's too narrow. There's only enough room for one car to pass. That does sometimes happen because the smaller trucks, they can only push the snow back so far. It'll come over the side. So if we get to that point, we'll send the loaders out later on after the storm and open up the road. Because we want to try to keep it open to the curb just for drainage and everything else. But that's a whole other thing, because now when we go back and push back, we fill anybody's driveway again the following day and they're not happy. But we usually send out chase truck to clean. The snowbanks are too high and I can't see oncoming traffic. Yep, that happens, so please call us up and we'll take down the corners so you can see around what's going on. You hit my mailbox, I cannot get to my mailbox. We kind of talked about that. We talked about the hydrant. Why do you plow trucks go by every hour I'm trying to sleep? I've had people saying it's trying to sleep. Okay, please stop plowing. I'm okay. But we can't do that because we got to keep up with it, just so you know. The plow trucks are driving like 40 miles an hour, okay? They do not drive 40 miles an hour. And I've said this to many councilors I work for, and many councilors have taken up with me. Come take a ride. I'll drive you around in one of the big trucks. The truck cannot do 40 miles. I mean, it can do 40 miles an hour, but you cannot safely plow because the snow will come over and everything else. Now, if you're a resident and you're on the side of the road and you hear this truck coming down, it seems like it's going 40 miles an hour because it's big, it's loud, it's banging on the asphalt. So I can see that, but we're not doing 40 miles an hour. I mean, and we actually also have GPSs in all our the vehicles, so we can check and see how fast they're going. And most of the time, it's actually worked in our favor because people call us, it's doing 40 miles an hour. Like, oh, no, it's 23. Yes. So that, and then when's it going to stop snowing? People call and ask about that. Like, I have no idea. But they do call. Like, I'm going to know. I ask them, do you know? Because I'd like to know.
Claim it.
Yeah. So that's my presentation. I hope if you guys got any questions, I can hopefully try to answer them for you.
Is there any questions from the council?
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Brutus. Thank you to your team. You guys do a great job. I'm wondering, given we're not the only town struggling, right, with these numbers, with these snow emergencies, with the lack of personnel, and with costs being as high as they are, there any opportunity for like shared service agreements with other towns to, you know, maybe it's more bang for the buck to a plow driver if he could have a contract with a few different communities, and he might be, you know, if he's got to get that high insurance. Just a thought. I don't know if you guys have explored that or not, but.
We have to a certain degree, but, you know, other towns need at the same time. We are in, like for material costs, we are in consortiums that we bid out. Our salt is much lower. Like if you're a contract, you're probably paying like $120 a ton, but because we buy so much of other communities, we get down to the 60s. So we've been able to do that. We're also looking at giving out in the old days when I first got here, the school department had their own contractor that basically just took care of all the schools. That was their responsibility. So we're looking at getting some numbers and might put that out to bid. So that way we're not he'll be responsible for finding all the people for that, and then the people that we have internally, we can focus more on the roads and the school buildings.
It's not a bad idea.
So that's something we're looking at too. You know, in the past it was cheaper to do it, but we just can't find people. So we have to figure out the best way to do it because we don't want to drop the standard all across the road. That's kind of what's happening.
I know in previous years we've talked about the priorities in town. We've talked about, you know, like schools, sidewalks, neighborhoods, roads, you know, those different things that come up. There was discussion in the past about a focus of downtown, you know, particularly with the walkability to get to the T stations. So is that still in place?
It is.
Okay.
We have even in our sidewalk plan, what we did before, was it 38 miles or something, whatever it is?
Yeah, 40 miles.
Yeah, 40 miles, give or take. So we actually have tiers within there. So the first thing is we do like the downtown's one of the areas, and then we might, instead of going all the way down like to the King Street School, or whatever they call it now, I don't know, the school up there. But we would, instead of doing everything down there, we just focus on around the school area. So like the high school area would get done, for the close people, what they're doing it that way. And then,
And that comes when we're snow blowing.
yeah,
The VPOWs will do it all in a day. So when we're snow blowing, we have priority areas in those locations. We'll try to do those first, then move on from those locations.
and then even during the storm, when we can get shovelers, we're just so getting out there too. We're paying $30 an hour for shovelers. So you got a high school kid that's 18 years old or plus, you need a shoveler. They want to make some money, come down and do it. Because we need people. But we still doing like the crosswalks downtown, so people can, go there, walk back and forth, across the Rome, do all those islands. So we've been able to do that.
And I remember the other sort of big bone of contention last winter was the change in policy with businesses being responsible in front of their establishment, but it was in certain areas of town and not the whole town. So is that still in effect?
It is, but, to be candid, it's not enforced. I mean, the bylaw's out there, and the way we went through and did it, it would, basically about a third of what we did, so to make us more efficient to get more work done. But it hasn't been the policy of enforcing it, and I don't enforce it, so it would be helpful.
Okay.
I can't say that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ken?
Just one statement, one question, Mr. And thank you again for the presentation, it's very helpful. The statement, just so just to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, what you're suggesting is that coordinating with other towns to employ more people to plow is a challenge logistically in part because it becomes prioritization. Now they need to plow Franklin and whatever other town at the same time, and so it becomes harder. Is that part of it? Okay. So that's one of the rationales. We don't want to do that because then that slows everything down.
Correct.
And then just a point of clarification, you shared the chart that had the increasing salt ppm, over the years, but also talked about decreasing snow and storms in some of those years. Is that because as the salt goes through all our water, then we put more salt in the next year, and it's always incrementally increasing, or are we using more salt? I'm not sure how that works. Like, I buy the numbers, I'm just not understanding how.
So we're pretty stable with the amount of salt. That it's not like an increasing thing. Like if you can think of something bad, I don't know, it's like you'd find your water, like DDT, right? It keeps going in it, or they keep getting worse and worse, right? The salt, if we don't use it, it's going to wash out. So if we stopped using all salt, probably within 2 years,
It would go back.
it would go right back down. So it's not like a cumulative type effect. It's not fixed in the water.
So it sounds like it's more like, an impact, because we're using more salt, less salt, more of the brine, the beet juice, or whatever, that this is probably more due to what the state is doing on 495 and just other things outside of our control.
They contribute, and the other thing you got to take into factor, so since 2000 till now, is I think you kind of all know, you talk about like growth in the town. We have a whole lot more roads out there too. Okay, it's not just, we're not doing the same number of lane miles. We have more roads, so that more roads and they more drain and they go into it. So that's an effect on it also. And that's also not just the roads. Those numbers are all taking account of all the commercial properties we have, because they're doing just as much salt, everybody else, because once they get into the businesses, they got to do. So it's a cumulative effect. It's not necessarily all in the town, it's just people's expectations. So I mean, it's gone up, but it could have gone up a whole lot worse, and that's what we try to show, that we're trying to mitigate it as best we can.
Thank you.
Going back to the salt question, that was well number 3. Is that consistent through all the wells? You showed one well, but is that
So
those increases in salt?
Because when I talk about the salt, like DEP requirements and EPA, it's not required that we test it. It comes up every once in a while, but I just try to put it out there as, reference. So I choose 3 and I do it on my own. I'm not required to do it. And I chose 3 because I look at that as a worst case scenario. So like, if you're looking at well 7 off Pond Street, it's not going to be bad, or 1 or 2 maybe a little higher, just because it's down by 495. But I chose one that would really be affected, just to show worst case scenario.
That's a big producer of water for the town.
Yeah.
My second to last question is, the budget you set for 2026, if we have a season that's not too much snow or whatever, how do you handle maybe a season when it's underage? How do you handle a season when you go over budget?
So if it's under, like it was last year, it goes into free cash, whatever left over?
Nope, not anymore.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, we
Sharon,
changed.
So number one, up until about 2 or 3 years ago, the budget actually was much lower for the DPW for snow and ice. And there was always a hold on free cash, and we would use about $750,000 a year in holding free cash, which also resulted in $750,000 not being able to be spent on apparatus, gear, facilities, and other stuff, which you'll see in January. And so over a long period of time, we were able to transition into the budget the full cost of the snow and ice removal, or at least what was the average, which I think is the $1.5 million. We have a policy and a stabilization fund now that if there's any excess money at the end of the year, the excess snow and ice removal will go into a stabilization account so that the town has a reserve when the winter of 2014 arrives again and we get, 90 or 110 inches of snow, which will happen at some point.
15, by the way.
The 1.4 million or 5 in the budget will definitely not cover the cost, even for an average, winter now. So there is a stabilization fund with a reserve in it. So I can't remember the benchmark, it might be $1 million or $1.5 million, but whenever we hit that ceiling, then the council will have to decide when there is leftover money, do we put that into free cash? Do you want to up the amount in the reserves, et cetera?
So just, Jamie, so I can understand, so the stabilization fund, that's specific to the snow removal?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. It's specifically reserved, and it would take a 2/3 vote from this group to appropriate those funds to cover the cost for snow and ice if we had a really bad winter. So even though the budget is at whatever, $1.5 million, if we had a $2 million year, the town's protected, has the money. But obviously, long-term, you have to make sure that that fund has the funds in it, because you don't know what the weather's gonna be like.
Okay, so I have a question. On one of the slides, it said for FY '25, you had 16 events, 33 inches of snow. And you had $362,372 in salt. And then you had your budget. Now, your budget for FY '26 increases by $282,120. But the salt is increasing, it's basically doubling. Why are we doubling the salt amount?
So, in your packet that you got, it was confusing, and I changed that number. So the actual number for salt only is $500,000. And when it said, I think it said 605 in there?
It said for FY '26.
Yes.
It has 605.
Because what we did in there, besides using the salt, we basically budget $100,000 for the brine, and then $5,000 for the sand. So when I was doing the slides initially, I put in everything. But then I went back to what we actually used just on the salt the year before, and the actual budget line item. That was, I think it was a 3, I don't have it in front of me.
So the salt in '25 was, on the slide, was $362,372.
Correct.
So that's what we actually spent
On salt.
on salt. So now you're, with the FY '26, you're now saying it should be like 505.
500,
500,000?
yes.
Okay,
And that's
so-
the same budget amount that we had last year, but I had taken out the brine. Because if you look on the,
So with the brine, it goes up to the 6.
yes, and the salt. And like last year, it would have went up to 2. I was just trying to put the numbers together So
Trying to break it down.
Yeah.
Categorize it.
No, that's okay, I'm just looking for clarification. So the money in '25, you were budgeted 500,000, so the difference between the 5 and the 362 is what went into the stabilization fund?
Correct.
So that's still sitting there. Do we know how much is actually in that fund right now?
She'll get the real number. It's around 800,000.
Okay.
It is, and it is in a high yield savings account, so we do accrue interest on it,
Okay.
on those funds.
That's all I had for right now.
Max?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick follow-up for a comment from Cormier Ledger and Councilor Ojukwu regarding the idea of working with other towns. If there is a town that historically does not get a lot of snow when Franklin gets snow or vice versa, could you say, oh, if you get a lot of snow and we don't, we can cover you, or vice versa, and have an arrangement that way? Like, let's say in the North Shore, which is further away, where it might be a little different snow scenario.
They're not gonna do that.
Yeah, it's logistically, and then a lot of the contractors that you see, they're not just trucks, they're loaders. So like they're staged in the area. Like if you go to like a school right now, you might see a skid steer just sitting there, or a loader. I got a bunch of loaders down, backhoes down at the DPW because they sit there. Because half of it is just moving these vehicles around. I'd love to. I wish I could.
No, I just didn't know if there was a, if they would, another town would charge us a premium to help with their snow. I don't know.
I don't know any town that has enough people right now.
Yeah.
That could, to really.
Yeah. Okay, I did have other questions, but I think I got everything addressed that I needed to, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
I'm good, thank you.
Steve?
Just a fast question, a few of my other questions were already answered. I always thought you guys did a great job with snow, so for what it's worth. I always
Thank
thought
you.
there was
Thank you.
Great things about the town, so. My little question would be about purchasing salt. You said you're part of a consortium, you started a consortium. Do you buy that in conjunction with other towns or with the county, or how big a purchasing
It's
group
big.
is that?
It's actually Medfield started 50 years ago, right?
He brought it over from Easton.
Yeah.
He already had started in Easton, he brought it to Medfield.
There's got to be like 26 towns involved in it.
26 towns.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is a pretty large.
It's one of the
shared
it's one of the
service
larger
in
ones
terms of
that's out
purchasing.
there. And we do get better prices.
And we do the same thing with the salt brine. So we pay $1.80 a gallon, and that's through Needham and their consortium that we work together, so.
And how much do you have left over? I mean, the last couple of years have been pretty mild. I don't know how much snow or salt you actually,
So my policy is when I got here, the salt, that one dome at the time was empty. So when I got here, I had to fill it. And when I say whatever that number was, $300,000. So I was already in the deficit going into that first year because I had to fill it. And I think the budget's probably only 200,000, so we're already right off the bat. So at the end of the year, I fill it. So like when you go out, whatever it's June or July, whatever we used up to that point, it will be full. So the next year, it's always starting out full. So it's always on that particular fiscal year.
And then it does give us accurate budgeted numbers, so we can
well,
project.
it's predictable spend. I'm just wondering, I mean, are you filling half of the material, a quarter of the material?
No, we fill them all the way up.
No, I know you're filling it to 100%, but you're starting at 30%, 50%, 70%?
No, we consider starting always at full. So when it goes down, we fill it. Goes down, fill it. Goes down, fill it. Right up until, it stops icing in, say, April, right? So whenever the last one, we fill it back up. So going into the next fiscal year, it's full. And now we have to buy extra. We're just going to use, it's going to show what we're going to use for that year. So when I come back and, as Ms. Calloway asked, said, what was your actual expenditure? I can say I actually spent it, because if I didn't fill it, then it would actually be lower, because it'd be a void there.
Okay, I guess I don't know how much we store or what we do. I get what you're saying. I'm just wondering if we need to keep filling it going into the spring and summer. That salt's just gonna sit there until October, November, December.
Yes, it does.
And is that smart? Are we gonna save money by buying it later? Is this?
We do.
Yeah.
I do. I do the same thing Brutus does. I fill mine up at the end of the, like, April, May, because you get a better deal.
I was gonna say, it's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
get
yeah.
more
I mean, if you go over to Chelsea and you see how much salt is over Chelsea, and they want to get rid of it, I mean, there's mounds and mounds and mounds of salt, and that's where they all come from. That's where it all comes from. And so you do get a better deal. I know I do. And a couple of years ago, remember how high salt was?
Yes.
Salt was outrageous a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. So you try to, so you're like, I don't mean to steal, but I'm like one load ahead at the end of the year. That's kind of the way I looked at it,
And just because, I mean, salt is so valuable, and,
Yeah.
every town needs it, the state needs it, so if we use 3 trailer loads, that next day, I'm ordering 3 trailer loads, because it can go quick, and you want to get it before the next guy.
I mean, I'm lucky because I'm at Lowe's. Chelsea's right down the street, so they're happy to deliver it to me. Yeah, so, but, yeah.
That's it, I'm all set, thank you.
Yeah, so, I mean, I kind of have the same problems Bruce and Carlos have about none of these young kids, they don't want to work. I mean, I had a snow event over the weekend, we came in, Bruce, I called you because.
Yeah, we talked.
These are, I would love all the time to have one just before Christmas. I worked like 13 hours, 14 hours. You think I get the young kids to come in? They won't come in. And they say, well, it was Saturday night, I was out drinking, I didn't want to come in. I called you at 8 o'clock in the morning this morning, didn't mean you have to go out in the afternoon to drink it. So, I mean, that's what we're running up against.
And it's double
So,
time.
Yeah.
It's double time, it's Sunday,
Double time. And the first storm is always the worst. No matter what, because you think you have all your equipment ready, and it's just.
Controlled chaos.
Yeah,
Yes.
control chaos, we call it the same thing. I mean, when I was younger, I would love snowstorms, like, love them. I'd go out at 2 o'clock in the morning, I go plowing, having a great time. Now when it snows, I cry. But it's my last winter, so I'm good. But, thank you, guys.
Just one thing
One thing.
I asked you for counsel, if you get any, your constituents call up with complaints, just have them call Public Works. I mean, I think if most people, they call, we take care of it. Just let us know, and if we can't do it, we'll say no. But just let us know and give us that way, and give us a shot at it to get it done, so. And sometimes, we get the calls and they're right. I always made a joke, we got a call one time, they're like, oh, they had, I forget, it was like Schofield Drive, no plow's been through here, all night. And I'm like, that couldn't happen. I went over there, no plow had been through there all night long, and
I
so.
think I called you on that.
Yeah, me and Deacon went over there.
My niece lives on that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I called you on that.
But it happens, and it's like.
First storm,
Yeah.
first storm.
Yeah, first storm, it's awful.
But the contractor said he was there and never showed up, and then his truck broke and left and never notified. We had no idea. That's the last thing we want. So if something's happening, please let us know, and we'll get to it. So,
You always have. So, thank you, guys.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I think working for the home helps a lot too, with the snow, it does. Okay. So the next presentation is social equity policy discussion. Jamie?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chairman, this was requested by Councilor Malloy a few weeks ago. Just really quickly, as a quick update, we don't need this on the screen, but I know Julie's just working on getting the town charter up, But just so folks know, this was a regulation that we were required to do by the Cannabis Control Commission. If folks don't know, I did file the policy after it was approved by the council. I have actually not heard back from the state at all in 2 months. I would note that right now, the House of Representatives has passed a reform bill of the Cannabis Control Commission. The Senate, I think, has done their own bill. My guess is by July, they'll do something. I don't believe those reforms will have any impact on these regulations. But maybe Councilor Malloy, because he brought this up, we can certainly be happy to answer any questions. I've been on the record many times in these meetings. I've also been on the record many times through my Managers Association. I will admit that I'm generally a lone soldier on much of this, but I don't believe the Cannabis Control Commission should even exist. I think it should be abolished. I think you should get rid of it. I think a lot of what they're doing is bureaucratic. It's a waste of time. I do agree with a lot of the frustration and the comments affiliated with these onerous requirements that we're obligated to do. But that's just one man's opinion, but maybe Councilor Malloy has any questions. But that's just a little bit of a background on this, and he had brought this up as a topic of discussion for the council.
So I'll go straight to Councilor Malloy.
Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Jamie, for those comments, because I was going to ask you to rehash some of that. In addition to being bureaucratic and problematic and so forth, I'm just afraid that what they've asked us to do and what we've done is this side of illegal.
Yeah.
The way I look at it. For everybody's edification, the State Cannabis Control Commission has set us criteria out there that will prohibit anybody other than select applicants that they've defined from getting a marijuana license of any sort, I think, in Franklin and probably other municipalities where that exists. I think this is done in an effort from the Cannabis Control Commission, albeit they've been in existence 10 years, and they're finally getting to this now, to remediate what they would have perceived as an impact to certain applicants or people who lived in impacted areas where, not narcotics, but marijuana crimes were overly enforced. So I think that was the genesis behind it. They're very late to the game. Yeah. But what we've done, I think we're coerced, is we passed an act. I was joking at home, like, if we have 2 college kids who are in UMass Amherst right now, Franklin natives, who've lived here their whole lives, they're going to college and they're graduating in May, and they want to go into the marijuana business. They've studied all about it. They know what they want to do. They have a good business plan. They have good funding. They have everything that you would need to do. And they approach the town and go through the process of getting a license. We will reject them based on this policy because they are not pre-certified by the state as a social equity business, social equity applicants, or economic development applicants. If you want to read the details around what those qualifications are, it's largely driven by where people live. It's largely driven by maybe their income to some degree. It's driven by whether or not they have a drug-related CORI record. So if they have some kind of the appropriate drug-related criminal background, they will be approved into that program. And other requirements that the state has deemed more important than the average Franklin resident or other resident who wants to get a license. And Jamie, I'm a little confused in terms of what our social equity policy is. It seemed contradictory to me, but I think after reading it a few times, we're saying in here that we will accept, I love the way this is written, we'll accept a general applicant after a social equity applicant has been approved. And are we holding that open for 2 years?
Yep. Yeah.
Is that for just one license, or is it exclusive access for 2 years to social equity applicants?
The latter. It's exclusive access for a 2-year period. Cambridge, Somerville, and Shrewsbury are the only 3 municipalities that have their approved equity plans that I'm aware of. I believe we're 4th, 5th, or 6th in line. I don't know when they're going to get to it. But Shrewsbury had a more onerous requirement of, I believe, 5 years. And that got approved by the commission. So I took a lot of Shrewsbury's material because they're a very reputable town. They do a very, very good job there. I didn't really want to use Cambridge and Somerville, not because they're not great municipalities, but mainly because they are dealing with different issues. And I do believe Somerville might have been on the list of communities impacted by, I think the war on drugs is the legal term. So I went with Shrewsbury, and I said, to get this approved by the state, I'm not going to go for 5 years, because I don't even agree personally with this at all.
Right.
But I don't know where the state stands on these things, so I figured I'd challenge them a little bit by seeing if we could get a lesser requirement, but that's exclusive for 2 years. So you're right with your example of the UMass Amherst, who has a great agricultural school, by the way. Right. And a great business school to boot.
Right.
One Eisenberg graduate, one agricultural graduate, 2 kids come back, they want to get into this business. For 2 years, we would have to give exclusive access to a social equity applicant via this policy. That's correct.
At home, as I was preparing for this, I was going to name those kids as Cheech and Chong.
They were pretty successful.
But I wasn't going to say
They were
that.
pretty successful.
That was all an act. That was all an act.
Showing your age now,
And it
Steve.
still is,
To
right?
lead up to my job. But honestly, I don't know how we can do this.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we're being coerced by the state. I mean, potentially they could say, well, we're going to lose our ability to have retail marijuana establishments, right?
I think through Mr. Chairman, I agree with Councilor Malloy. Where I was choosing my battles with the draft, and just clearly, by the way, if this council wants to vote, you don't need legislation for action. If you want to vote to strip out that sentence and you want me to refile this, I'm happy to do it. You know, this is really in your bailiwick. If that sentence is bothersome, we can certainly try to see if the state will approve it.
We'll accept it.
But where I went with the Shrewsbury model was slicing that in half, seeing and challenging the state to see if they'll approve something lesser than what Shrewsbury did. And I'm guessing they're going to come back with comments anyway. But even the process on getting this approved is very vague. I asked my colleague in Shrewsbury, and they had a public hearing at the Cannabis Control Commission on this, and they redlined it. And I asked the state before we brought it to the last council, could I get some feedback before I bring it to the council? And they said no. So this is exactly why I feel they should abolish the entire commission in its entirety, because it's just not working in a nimble fashion that makes sense. And I don't mean that, you know, I don't mean to dismiss the employees there at all. I'm sure they're doing, you know, the best they can with the circumstances they have. But if this is something that the council wants to consider, you know, and the sentence is right here on page 4. I think under the CCC program, social equity and economic empowerment applicants are eligible for exclusive access to marijuana establishment licensure for at least 2 years from October 29th, 2025 through October 29th, 2027. I would also note one of the reasons why I was testing the state a little bit is we haven't had any new businesses come to us for any licenses in a few years. I think the market's pretty much plateaued. We've got 2 incredible businesses here. I would also note one of the businesses in Franklin was eligible for a social equity application, and they declined because it was too expensive and onerous, which is really ironic because Boterra, the owners of that, are fantastic business owners, and they've been great to work with. And if they wanted to come in here and they said to you, they would tell you the town of Franklin's been the best municipality to work with. They own a few different places in Massachusetts. A lot of other cities and towns have been doing a lot more onerous work on their businesses, but because we haven't had anybody new coming in a while, and I don't expect anyone else for a while, just because of the market conditions, and with the ballot question that's it might be on the statewide election, is very concerning to me from a financial standpoint, because if recreational marijuana got banned, we'd lose $500,000 in our budget easily. So. That was a little extra than I needed to, but that's the sentence I think that Councilor Malloy is pointing to, is that 2-year exclusive window.
That is, and again, I'm assuming we've never done this to any other business.
I don't think I've seen another state agency on something like this be more onerous than this agency has been on this industry altogether. I mean, I'm even at a loss for words. The agency's so deep. No one really, they just, to your point, this was 8 years ago, 9 years ago, this law was passed. The legislature has reformed this agency twice already. And now they're going back to reform it a 3rd time. I think that Councilor Malloy's comments and just our overall tenor is really something to work with Representative Roy and Senator Roush on, because I think they need to come in and kind of maybe inform us a little bit more of what exactly they're doing with this.
I don't know what the right remedy is. Mark, you had your hand up about having done this to another business.
Yeah, you have to put this in context. All right, first of all, it was illegal everywhere. And then individual states started to pick it apart. It initially passed here as a citizen initiative.
Right.
Then the legislature got involved and put a much more elaborate, well, they actually phased it in. They started with medical.
Right.
And then it went to recreation. Then the legislature has several times reworked the legislation. Along the way, they're trying to deal with social issues as well. At the same time, the feds still have not legalized it, although at the moment apparently it's about to be done by executive order. I don't know whether that's true or not. At any rate, that's still in limbo. At the same time, everything evolved very dramatically. Jamie sort of kind of alluded to it. We saw early on the small-time entrepreneurs come in, and then very quickly, bigger and bigger fish, all of whom had access to some kind of private equity, because remember, it was illegal at the federal level, so you couldn't have traditional banks involved.
All cash, yeah.
So this whole alternate economy built up, and it was all in anticipation of this pent-up demand on a continuous basis for recreational marijuana, which, guess what? That hasn't materialized either. If anything, it's gone in the other direction. So that, from what I understand, what I've read, the only thing that's really, at the moment, productive, successful, whatever, is the medical stuff. The recreational has fallen through the price has just dropped dramatically.
It's still cheaper to buy on the street. Yeah.
So you're not seeing people, you know, there's probably a bunch of reasons for that. And oh, by the way, so with the economy and everything else, as a practical matter, you're not going to see, in all likelihood, the average whoever come out of college, whatever, and let's go into marijuana, that ship has sailed. The people who are historically disadvantaged, that this is like well-intentioned regulation again, in reality, are probably still not going to have the financial wherewithal to actually do it. They're not going to have the contacts, whatever. So it's just kind of a mood exercise. And oh, by the way, there are, at least on the books, penalties that can be imposed if you're not in compliance and you've got facilities in the community. So just to protect ourselves, we need to put this in place.
Maybe we need to put something in place. I don't like putting this in place, and I know that there were other regulations that came out. Again, I need your help probably, and maybe Jamie's guidance on how to interpret some of this. I did print out the page of the minimum required
The 51%, I think.
No, just more around the expectation of municipalities from the CCC on what would be acceptable. Of course, I have all this paper here. And it seemed to me that, you know, some of this language is very similar to what we adopted here. Minimum acceptable equity standards governing municipalities and host communities. One of the options was adopting a model ordinance or bylaw created by the commission to permit social equity businesses. I don't know if they mean permit or actually give a permit to versus
They mean
allow.
give a permit to.
Right. And through you, Mr. Chairman, the
But
problem with
that
it.
is not, that would, the way I'm reading it, not preclude or exclude anybody else.
Yeah.
That's where I'm hung up on this, is
Yeah.
I just don't see how we can willfully exclude other people from an industry, whether it happens or not, or the market is dried up or whatever else. Just in principle and prospectively, I just see that as, just, it's outrageous. I don't know how we do that.
I know. Part of the, well, there's a couple choices. So part of the issue too is the legislature traditionally is something of education. When they can't agree on the regulation to put in law, they typically kick it out to an independent or an executive board, a state agency to quote unquote promulgate the regulations.
Right.
And then they lose that power for whatever reasons. It's just too cumbersome or they can't agree. And then these state agencies and boards most of the time do a really, really good job. But on an industry like this, where there's a lot of money and it's new, You know, they kicked it to the CCC, and as we've already alluded to for 10 years, they've already done multiple reform packages, and I don't think I need to explain to everybody who watches the news the kind of train wreck that they've been. Over the appointments and who gets on the board. The first 3 years had a great group of people, and they got the industry kind of there, and then all things fell apart. Couple choices. One, you could amend the policy tonight, or you could, if you and I, or if you want, we could sit down when we're sitting down for the rules of procedure, go through our notes, come back in January with a revised proposal. It might give 4 weeks for the CCC to get, even acknowledge that they, I have to upload this into a portal. So I have to create a whole account. I have to go into the portal, you upload it, and then you get nothing in return, and you just wait until somebody reaches out to you.
Right.
And I don't, it could be a year, I have no idea. I'm a little shocked already that, it's not like there's 100 that are waiting in line. So you could amend the policy, we could bring it tonight, we could bring it back with other edits in January. We could give it a little more time, a couple months, to see if the state gets back with any feedback. I would hate to come back here, do an amendment, and then have the state give us feedback, and then we've got to do another amendment. We could wait a little while. We could wait till the state gets back to us. If they have critiques, we could then add in other comments from the council. Just some food for thought for y'all to kind of give us some direction.
Well, that's a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, because I think we're all aiming.
Yeah.
We're all aiming into the wind here.
Steve still has the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, I would, if the council would agree, Jamie and I are scheduled to meet after the first of the year to go over our
Policies
and procedures and
Yeah.
so forth. I'm happy to add this to the discussion. Any other councilor that might want to join, I think would be welcome.
Yeah.
I don't feel that we have done our best to minimize the impact of this for the residents of our town. I don't know what our options are or what the smart options are, but I would like a chance to vet that more thoroughly and see if we can come up with something that's the best we can do.
And do it in January is what
I
you
think so.
said. Well, it gives us more time. We don't want to rush into something
I
like
mean, I don't
this.
think we have to do anything tonight. I mean,
Yeah, right.
But I think we should do something, and we should be thoughtful about it, and time helps. So if
I think that's a
you
great
all are
idea.
okay with that, then I'm happy to try it.
Is everybody okay with that? Yeah. That's a great idea, I think.
Okay, good.
All right, we'll move on. Do you?
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
I'll join you if you want me to. But the way it's written, so if you have 2 people that apply to get a license, one follows the equitable standard of what the policy wants, and one is just a regular person.
Yeah.
So we have to give that license to the person who would fall under these guidelines.
Correct.
Now, that person all of a sudden turns around and says, I can't afford to do this, this is ridiculous, I'm out. We still can't turn around and then give it to that other person, correct? So basically, unless we can find someone who falls under their guidelines that can afford to do this, we're not allowed to give a license out to anybody.
That's correct.
So we lose out
Hold
on
on, Mark.
potential businesses, a potential business opportunity, not saying we have them knocking down the door, but you just never know. We could miss out on an opportunity to have a business start because the only ones that can actually do it aren't going to be permitted to for the next 2 years. Is that
Correct.
what I'm understanding?
Correct. The one thing I would say is they have to basically be certified as a social equity applicant by the state before they would come here. So this only gives that 2-year window, but you are correct. If 2 customers walked in February, your scenario is accurate. If the applicant A is a social equity applicant and then realizes down the line they don't have the $2 million to build a new building or whatever, we've turned away another applicant. And to your story, as the market evolves, where is the market going? It is going toward medical, and it's going to manufactured goods, cookies, foods, seltzers. So
Gummies.
Right, but if a manufacturing company came into Kenwood Circle and said, we want to put in a seltzer manufacturing company at the end of Kenwood Circle, we'd have to deny them. that is the likely scenario at which Councilor Malloy's situation would rear its ugly head, not just from a business development, but that person being turned away with that license then would likely sue probably the state over this regulation, and you would go through a court process. If in fact Councilor Malloy's instincts are correct in his read, that this is kind of an illegal commerce doctrine, essentially.
He's always right, not
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So this-
I think I've criticized this too. I don't believe that this is necessarily legal in a million different ways from Sunday. But nobody has any regulatory control over any of this except for the Cannabis Control Commission. They have exclusive access on this. And they don't even have a full board right now. They haven't had a full board in almost 2 years. So how do you make policy and how do you do this when there's nobody there? So, but your scenario is correct. We would turn away that business B, and they might go to another community. You're exactly correct.
So this is good for 2 years, but what happens in 2 years? Like,
Sure.
would you, like this saying we have to follow, but in 2 years, what happens if they turn around and say we're gonna keep it going?
We could, well, in 2 years, they would lose that exclusive window in our policy. And so in 2 years, after Halloween in 2027, we would be able to go with that other applicant.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
quite frankly, if two businesses showed up, I would try to do everything we can to get both of them set up. I wouldn't try to pick either one of them. I
Right.
mean, we've been very successful in this industry. As I've said before, this is a very, very strong economic development story for Franklin, for tax base, new growth, great jobs. All of our original agreements had local hiring preferences in them. There was a lot of good stuff that was in this.
They've been very friendly to us, too.
Both businesses
Yeah.
have been fantastic, Netta,
Very,
and
very
we actually, there's a new growth facility at 160 Grove. So we do have a couple manufacturing businesses. And there is a third site that has already been permitted by the planning board at 164 Grove Street. There's a little small parcel right next to Netta. There was a medical only that was gonna go in there at one point, but then they couldn't compete with Netta, and so they took their business to another community on the Cape, which was understandable. But someone else has bought that, and that would not be subjected to this. That parcel at 164 would not be subjected to this policy. So if a business did come into that site, that would still be okay because they've already been permitted before the policy.
It
But
should
if-
be new permits.
It would be new just for that window that's in here from October 25 to 27.
Okay.
So, and I may not have been paying attention, the 2-year window is a minimum?
We don't know.
We don't know. So we could have
Shrewsbury
put
had
2
a
months.
higher number.
Yeah.
So we could have put 2 months.
We could have put 2 months, but I don't think the state would say, oh, that's good. I mean, it's been 2 months and they haven't even responded to my portal. I mean, but you could have said 2 months. We could have said no months.
Right.
To the point, and said no exclusive window. But then my gut tells me the state would come back and say, you need to do more.
Okay.
And then it's kind of uncharted territory where a lot of us don't have very good technical assistance from the state on this. We don't know really what they're looking for. Although Councilor Malloy brought up that bylaw, we holistically as a staff and Mark and myself rejected that bylaw on numerous kinds, for numerous reasons. We did not believe that bylaw was going to be advantageous for the town at all because we also believe that bylaw will be legally challenged at some point. The model one you pointed to, that you can adopt a model ordinance.
Oh, it wasn't clear to me what that
Yeah.
actually meant, but okay. so
You would just adopt it word for word.
I see.
And to us, that was even more onerous than the policy. And that's why we went with Shrewsbury. And when I talked to Shrewsbury, Shrewsbury had the same feeling. They said, we don't want to get into a model ordinance or a bylaw. We wanted to go with a policy because it's more flexible.
Okay, and there were a
That's a
couple of
council.
options in here. And did Shrewsbury, I'm sorry, Mike.
So I guess the only concern I would have is you've submitted this policy into the state portal. If they were to come back in a week, it would be based upon this. I mean, the thing that just gets me here is that 2-year thing.
2 years.
All the other facets, I'm fine with. I mean, but it's, to your point, Counselor, we've excluded that group for now. So to me, it's more just that 2-year thing that's got my
It's a
craw.
policy, it's not, if it were a bylaw, it would absolutely, I'm sorry, Mr.
Go ahead,
Chair.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah.
You just
So if we
explained.
had a bylaw, I think it would be a legitimate concern, because that's cut and dry. But this is quote-unquote a policy.
Right.
Kind of like a guideline, whatever. So presumably, that's all it is, and you have some flexibility in a particular case.
So are you saying that it's, because it's a policy, we could say at 6 months, we
Well,
decided,
legally,
even if the state
legally,
agrees to
that's
it?
Legally, there's a difference between a bylaw, a policy, guidelines, there's a legal distinction.
Okay.
Actually, the courts recognize that, the MBTA communities, that was done by the state agency as guidelines and thrown out because it was guidelines and not a cut and dried bylaw.
Right.
So the reverse would seem to hold true. But
Okay.
you know, it's a flexibility, and then you take a case-by-case scenario as it arises. The one concern I would have is there are, and Jamie alluded to this, the legislature has basically just delegated wholesale all of this to this CCC to promulgate extensive regulations and implement them with questionable effects so far. The concern would be, however, we have established places, we've waived the host community fees wholesale, because they made those too onerous. However, we're getting good income from the local taxes, and you don't want any kind of ability to sanction the community for non-compliance that would put that in jeopardy. And I don't know that they have that authority, but I wouldn't assume that they don't.
So because of what you just said, Mark, I wouldn't be as anxious about getting that time period language changed and resubmitted to the portal. So to your point, Councilman Malloy, I'd rather you take the time to ferret it out, yada, yada. I just was concerned more about that statement or that timeline, so I'm fine with taking our time and making the change. And if we want to change the date, we can change the date, but as Council Sorrell said, that it's a policy, so, I mean, I look at it then as if someone came in, didn't meet the social criteria. Well, our policy, we just waive the policy. So, okay, I'm good, thank you very much, appreciate that.
I just had a question, maybe as a possible compromise between us and for the commission, and also maybe generate some revenue. You said we're not collecting host fees at the moment, is that?
Yeah.
So if we had a tiered system where instead of having a window where it's 2 years, we had a waiver of fees for social equity status applicants, but no waiver of fees for host people who are not equitable status, could that generate some revenue as well as maybe make things less burdensome?
It would probably I can see he probably is going to say the same thing. That would broaden a legal lawsuit probably more extensively of an inequitable treatment. And again, I don't think the idea and the concept is bad. I would have liked it if the CCC had that regulation, right? Host community agreements were a disaster beyond disasters. I made somehow squeezed lemonade out of lemons on that one. We did get Grove Street. Netta and Boterra did give us host community agreement money for a while when it was legal, even though I hated them and thought they were onerous, exhausting, and I thought those were illegal too. And obviously that threat from many lawyers on behalf of these businesses got to the CCC and the legislature because they finally got rid of host community agreements. The city of Boston and Franklin were the first two municipalities to get rid of those HCAs on day one when we were legally obligated to do it. And I'm sticking with Mayor Wu's lawyers on this one too, because, but I also got our businesses here who were very, very good to not pursue any litigation back against the town. They made their contributions. We gave the schools $300,000. That project on Grove Street, the southern half of that paving job.
Yeah, they did that.
All of that was $900,000 from Netta that went into that entire project down there. The Safe Coalition got money from them. There was a whole slew of benefits that Boterra and Netta were gracious enough to give and to be a part of the community. And once that was done, it was So we right now, and I've said this many times, if a new establishment comes in, I think our belief is, and the attorney as well, they go through the planning board like everybody else, and if there's mitigation, just like every other project, if the public comes out and comments, and there's an impact fee, or there's some sort of mitigation that has to happen because of a business going somewhere, then the planning board should put that in the permit, and put that in the conditions, and just like all other mitigation of all development. So I think that legal fee, in fact, they changed the legal fees in the last law, Mark may have to correct me, but they said you can only charge impact fees for impacts that relate to non-cannabis related uses. Roads, sewer, water, the typical stuff. So the legislature even changed the law around impact fees of businesses as well.
Well, they,
Go ahead, Mr. Go ahead, Mark.
this is the legislature, this is
Right.
not the triple C, this is their
That was
last
the legislature.
iteration. They actually made it extremely onerous to impose fees in these host community agreements, put the burden on the municipality to justify that those fees were in direct mitigation for identifiable harms that these businesses were causing or would cause, and actually provide a remedy to any applicant that wanted to challenge the host community agreement fees. If they were successful, they could recover their attorney's fees against the municipalities.
Right.
That's how the legislature wrote the legislation. So it was like, there's way too much downside here and very little upside.
Right.
So I just want to reiterate, if there's another way other than a window that might be more appropriate for both the council and for the Triple C, that's one thing I would look
Yep.
at. Second, I would look at if there is some way to make revenue off of that, look at that. And the other point I want to make, is I do think there is, a need at certain times, in government to provide social equity. I think the Housing Authority, for instance, they prioritize seniors, they prioritize veterans, they prioritize disabled people because they have a greater need. And I think that also the concept of justice is if someone has been harmed, you provide remediation for that. I think this language is convoluted in how it does that because they can't simply say certain groups of people, and so they try to make it in a convoluted way to address that without, doing that. But I do think that there is a need to have justice for people who have been harmed, and I do think that I'd caution around throwing everything out without addressing that issue too.
And through Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree with Councilor Morangello more. I think as Mark pointed, or Attorney Sorrell pointed out, I think the idea behind some of this was well-meaning for sure. I think the execution of how to get there was very poorly done. If anybody does have ideas, shoot me an email. This is anyone in the public or any of you or anyone sitting here tonight, if you have an idea of what would replace that exclusive window, I'm open ears, and we can work with Councilor Malloy in a few weeks to see if there's anything that kicks up.
I just have a question because
Councilor Brown.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Go ahead.
My question is that I'm looking at what defines a social equity applicant, and it seems like it's either it seems like it's based on marijuana drug-related offenses, which since marijuana has either legalized or decriminalized. Even before that, it was decriminalized, right? So there probably weren't as many arrests. My point being is, isn't this like a diminishing population that you could draw from? So we're going to get less and less applicants over time, and
I agree. You're absolutely spot on.
It's my initial reaction was like, oh great, we're gonna take who are the illegal marijuana drug dealers, and we're gonna legitimize them and give them a way to go. I mean, how naive is that, frankly?
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. And expunging their records would be the way to go, right? I mean, I think President Biden and President Trump, both of them have talked about this. I think Governor Healy used some pardon powers. If we want to help people that were inappropriately impacted, one way to do that would be to clean their records, because that stuff comes back on housing, comes back on a variety of other areas. But unfortunately, it feels like even though our presidents and our governor have said they're pardoning people, and I know they are, it still feels like there's this mountain of records that are still harming people. And I just wipe
I
them away.
agree.
I don't know, like, if you're looking at helping the people you've hurt, that's my point. I think the way that they've done it is made it into a cumbersome bureaucratic mess. Instead of
hurts other people.
against other, right, and actually harming a whole nother class of people, including some of the people you're trying to help, right? I mean, there was courier licenses that came out. I mean, we don't need to get into it. And so now the cafes, right? Now they just legalized the cafe issue, great, whatever. But like now you're harming a whole nother sector of people and creating another generation of problems when, on the other hand, voters have been overwhelmingly voting in favor of these ballot initiatives for 15 years now, and I think medical's legal in like 45 states or something. I think recreational is legal in half of our US states, and yet our Congress can't figure that out. I'm done.
No, I agree.
I mean, it's like, if we're all about the people, why aren't the people, it's just, these aren't like close votes. I mean,
We're not really going to have a conversation about Congress right now, right? That's probably not close.
that's why they have a 9% approval rating, I guess, but yeah, I mean, it's just, so.
No, I agree.
So, we'll come back at the end of January
I
after
think
we
it's,
meet-
it's best that we really, we get into this and, and if we have to, we'll bring Representative Roy and
Yeah.
and Pecoroshan and have them explain it to us. too.
Right. Yeah.
All right? All right, thank you. We're moving on to town charter presentation.
So there's only a couple slides. I'm sure there'll be more questions, which is great. So at the request of, I believe, Councilor LeBlanc, I think maybe a couple of other folks had talked about the town charter, either during the meeting or when we were talking afterwards. There's 3 slides, just to go through them. So for the public at home, as well as all the folks here, quick review of your town charter. You're approaching your 50th anniversary of your town charter in a couple years when you have the town anniversary at the 250th. In 1978, you created the council manager, council administrator form of government. This is by far the most predominant form of government in the United States. Only in New England and a couple of other states do we do town meeting forms of government. When I go to my international conferences, nobody has any idea what town meeting is. But council manager form of government. I do believe Franklin was one of the first, if not the first community in this state to adopt a council manager form of government. As I said, we're a home rule state, so not all cities and towns have a town charter. My 2 hometowns of where I was born and where I live, they don't have any town charter at all. Your town charter is essentially your checks and balances. It's your essentially the constitution of your community. And there's now about 13 or 14 communities. The last couple communities that adopted this form of government were North Attleboro and Amherst. And I think as decades move forward, I do think this form of government will be considered by the Natics, maybe the Needhams and some of those communities, the Wellesleys who, go to town meeting for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 nights and are going to have a hard time getting people to fill the seats. In 1984, you did a charter 5-year review of growing pains, and the Charter Commission report basically came out and said, stay the course. I would note that the charter in 1978 commission and the commission in 84, both were 5-4 votes. So you had 9 members, they were close, there was not consensus, and it's important to note when you change a town charter, it is not easy. It is very, very hard. This now city of Framingham spent 30 or 40 years going through multiple charter commissions to have them fail at the ballot. The one 8 years ago, which myself and Jeff Nutting were a part of their commission on behalf, helping their commission. I believe the vote was like 51-49 to go to a mayor, And Framingham has struggled since. They've stabilized, but you go through, when you change power centers, you change a lot, and the public get nervous. And just because the voters voted for it 51%, the other 49% are now working against the people so you got to kind of be careful. In 1995, the town 30 years ago did do a full charter commission. We'll talk about that in a minute. And there was a sentence in there on page 9 about the town leading the way, and that was true. If you go to the Mass Municipal Conference, you will get probably 90% of the people there will say the town of Franklin has the best town charter in the state of Massachusetts, and we're jealous of your community for what you have. So Franklin has always led the way on this. I would note in 1995, the major reason for that was because you had 17 councilors. So the meetings were getting over at 1 in the morning, and there was 17 folks. And so the big piece of that charter commission was to get what you have today, which is 9 councilors. So you're now at 30 years of having the 9 councilors. In 2007 to 14, there was a few technical corrections. The biggest issue was the treasurer collector. I think that took 2 votes at the ballot, if I'm not mistaken. Was it 2 votes? The first time it failed, the second time it passed. And in that second.
Package, and then it went back up for a home rule.
Went back up for a home rule.
By itself, was sent back for a vote.
We'll get into that in a minute. So there was a home rule legislation filed, but the legislature sent it back to the town to have a ballot vote. And that was the last real, that was right before I got here. That was the last significant change of anything that you've had in the charter. There was
2.
And your treasurer collector at the time, Mr. Dacey, still a very popular guy, right? Remember that? It's a joke. He was fully supportive of it both times. But sometimes even a small amendment like that gets killed at the ballot and then comes back a couple years, do more education and outreach, and it passed. There was a non-binding question in 2014 to support a mayor and was defeated by the residents about 2 to 1. And since the last 10 years or so, there have been moments where we've put on the docket, Councilor DeLorco, to look at the town charter, but then the pandemic, then this, then that, then this, then that. And you have to really set aside time and community bandwidth and education and space to really educate people and get input on a full charter review. So there are 2 ways to alter the town charter. The first is through an elected charter commission, which is formal, and as a ballot question. And I've laid out here the steps. 15% of voters must sign a petition to have an election of a commission. The council then orders the ballot within 30 days, or it automatically goes on the ballot. So if people brought a petition by and you didn't take any action, it would just go on the ballot. Candidates run for the Charter Commission. This is another myth out there. I know a couple former colleagues of you guys in the last couple of years thought you guys could be on the commission. Well, you could run for it as a counselor, but automatically you don't get a seat because you're a counselor.
No,
and the council is not the Charter Commission. There's very specific statutory requirements. Typically, you would hire a group like the Collins Center out of UMass Boston, who are really the organization that has the most experience, especially on this form of government. They worked with Framingham, they worked with Amherst. They know how to do the educational piece. A requirement of the Charter Commission and that statute is the council has to fully fund their operations. So you're talking about a solid couple $100,000 to fund a charter commission. There are regulations in that statute that require a certain amount of public hearings. You're gonna wanna go out and do a whole roadshow. You have to do a lot of education. Amherst, I think, took about 4 to 5 years, soup to nuts, and they had community consensus. But just the detail at which it gets into, various boards and committees, is this board going to be elected? Is this one not going to be elected? Da, 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 da. I mean, there's a lot more to this than meets the eye. It's not just staggered terms, but you really have to go out and do a tremendous amount of outreach, and you have to hire a consultant to help guide you, because there are a lot of very specific statutory requirements with this. Mark?
And the other thing is, once you've elected a charter commission, they are autonomous.
Yep.
Whatever they come in with, ultimately, your only solution is, if you don't like it, to defeat it at the ballot.
Right.
Because you can't direct them. They're on their own. You
If
have to
they're
give them they have a statutory budget, they have their own consultant, and if they decide to go in a different direction, there's nothing you can do about it.
The only thing you can do that never comes back to the council to amend their recommendation, it's a simple up or down vote at the ballot. So if the charter commission puts something out that y'all don't like, or the school committee doesn't like, or the planning board doesn't like, you have to, right. And that's really what Framingham, a lot of what Framingham went through, was just consistent lack of consensus over terms, ward seats, at-large seats, and then everybody that ran for the charter commission wanted to be mayor. So then a third of them ran for mayor, and they all lost. So it seems easy, but to Mark's point, one of the big reasons you're gonna have to consider if you do a charter commission is they have complete autonomy to go out and do their own work. Obviously, all of you can speak to them, but they come back with a report, they come back with a proposal, and it's an up or down vote. Councilor.
And they're elected to go through, like, if it takes 4 or 5 years, they're there for the whole time.
Yep, could be 10 years.
It could be 10 years. They have no.
And if somebody resigns, you have to go back and hold another election to fill that
Okay.
seat.
Yeah.
So you have to have 9 people that are extraordinarily dedicated and are not gonna give up, or you're gonna face additional problems. And then if people resign, then does the public to feel the trust? Does it break the process? I mean, there's a lot to consider when you're.
Election, too.
What's that?
Costs money to run another election.
Costs money to run an election too, so. And then the second choice before questions is you could do an ad hoc subcommittee. I believe this is the way they went through with the treasurer collector. So as an example, if I know for a fact the Board of Health, for example, has not had a candidate fill out papers like all of you do for council in like almost 8 years. Every candidate that's on the Board of Health now has been a write-in candidate for, I think, 3 or 4 election cycles. So we'll just use the Board of Health, for example. If you want to unelect the Board of Health, which the Board of Health would love to be unelected, the Board of Assessors do not want to be elected. They want to go through the same process that you go through for committee appointments. You could do an ad hoc committee if it focuses just on those smaller tweaks. Once you start getting into the form of government, composition, mode of election, terms of legislative bodies, staggered terms, duties of the town administrator, other structural mechanisms to the legislative body, or the planning board, or the school committee, staggered terms. The planning board has 4-year terms, the school committee's 2, y'all are 2. If you start changing any of that, even if you wanted to just go after the planning board, even if the planning board came to you, you'd have to tightrope a fine line. But nonetheless, you still have to go out to the ballot and sell that. So even if you set up an ad hoc committee and said, we've identified 1 or 2 small problems, and we've got widespread consensus, that still has to go to the ballot. So even if you had an ad hoc committee and said, we just want to unelect the Board of Health and the Board of Assessors, I'm just choosing it as an example, you could do that, and then you would take that to the ballot. And I think there's different philosophies, and I'll end here. This is where strategy becomes important, and what are you trying to achieve? If you're trying to achieve an overhaul of problems, you'd go the commission route. If you're looking for a fair and independent review, you're going through the commission route. If you're looking at solving one issue, you could do this and go to the ballot, but it depends on what the objectives are of the town council or the other elected boards or the citizens. If they've identified, hey, this shoe doesn't fit anymore, we've got to change something. That's where I think if the group was going to want to go into this, I think it would be advantageous at some point to identify from all of you the school committee, the planning board, others, like, what are we trying to fix? What's broken and what are we trying to fix? So that's the end of the slideshow, and obviously Mark and I are here to answer any questions folks may have.
Mike?
Thank you. So, through you,
Yeah,
Jamie,
Right.
the only way it can get
Complete.
onto the ballot is 15%, we have to do it through a petition. So we do have to get 15%, or can so.
Go ahead,
yeah.
Mark.
So there's a statutory way to amend a charter, which has two procedures in it. One's a full-blown charter commission that Jamie alluded to.
Right.
Then there's another way to do it by simply a ballot, however you get it there, whether it's a committee or however you determine it, with a few exclusions. So major structural changes like the number of councilors, staggered terms, town administrators authority,
Do they need
you
the
cannot
15%?
do that. But elected to appointed,
Right.
even changing the time of an election, things like that can be done per that statute.
Right.
Do they need the 15%
No.
voters?
No.
Okay.
So I don't need, so to do a commission, how, if it doesn't, so I'm reading this, I need 15% to get a commission, to have a commission. So there's another way to put a ballot question on for commission, i.e.,
No, it's not a commission then, it's the
but that's my
result,
point.
the end result.
That's my point, Counselor, or Attorney, is I want to create a full commission.
Yeah,
So I do want it to be a ballot question, have the 9 run for it, the full thing.
Right.
The only way to get that on the ballot is I need to get 15% of the voters to put that on to do that.
well, you have to get that many votes, so.
Could the council, 9 of them, put a ballot question on a future election without any voter signatures?
Yes, that's the question. That's exactly the question I'm asking.
That's
To
what I
create a
thought.
ballot commission?
Yeah,
create
no,
a- to
create a charter
To
commission.
create a charter commission.
I mean a charter commission.
Yes.
Offhand, I would say, no, you have to comply with specifically the statutory
that's what you were
procedure
saying.
for creating a charter commission.
That's,
And by that
That's
statute had said a 15% of voters. What he's asking is there an either or? Obviously, voters could go out and get a petition themselves, right? But can the council order a ballot question without the 15% of voters? Or does that ballot signatory thing have to happen? Do you just know off the top of your head, or?
Well, if what you're talking about is making a specific change or
No,
change.
no. We're talking about a commission.
No, that's, you have to comply with the statute.
I know, but we're asking, so if you don't know the statute, it's okay, but I
I
think
don't
we're.
have it with me,
Okay.
so
okay.
I can't.
So,
That's okay.
to be
Whatever it
determined then,
says.
because, I mean, obviously, that's a good way to see if the residents want to look at amending the charters. If I can't even get 15% of them to sign
Then we
it to be on the
wouldn't even be able to
ballot,
put it. Right,
then it's pretty much telling me that they have no
Yeah.
interest in making that change.
Right.
Obviously, I was looking to have this put on and to talk about, and one of the questions I was going to send you an email about this, Jamie, is if we were looking to make structural changes, and I'm not going to go through what those structural changes would be, is it reasonable if I was to draw a calendar to make those changes for the 2027 election, 2 years from now, is it really possible to do that from a timeline perspective? Like literally, you'd have to have the charter commission vote done by April of the prior year. And so if you work your way backwards, is there any possibility to having changes in place for the 2027 election?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I mean, again, I think it comes back to what's the problem we're trying to solve. I think if you went for the November election this year, or, excuse me,
2 years.
11 months, right?
27.
26. Well,
There's one next.
well, let me take, the first step might be to have an ad hoc subcommittee to identify exactly what we're trying to do.
Right.
I think working backward, you could elect a ballot, you could elect a commission on the state election in 2026 in November without having to do a special election,
Right.
right? So if you didn't do a special election in June or something next year, and you waited for the state election to be a separate ballot, we'd obviously have to work with the town clerk on all these details. But you could elect a charter commission in 2026, I believe. Whether or not that group who gets elected, that's where the independence issue comes in.
That's,
Right.
You then, to answer your question working backwards, you're then beholden to their timeline. My experience tells me if you're doing a full charter commission with a couple $100,000 to get a consultant, it's gonna be very, very challenging to do that in '27. That being said, if the group's only trying to deal with a couple of items, you know, then yes, that's a lot easier
Yeah.
to get, you know, and this is a philosophy thing. My predecessor, him, myself, have always thought, pick them off one by one. Because the big charter commission, you don't know where that's gonna go once they get elected. And it could divide the community more. It could unify the community as well. But if you try to identify, like the treasurer collector, that one issue, you take them one at a piece, then you could definitely have a ballot question for 2027, for sure.
Right. Yeah, I mean, personally, I mean, some of the things that I would be looking for from a charter commissioner would not be the little, they would be substantial changes. They would be,
so you'd need a whole.
yeah, things like staggered terms, things
Right.
like increasing membership, or changing from an elected body to a non-elected body. Again, not a lot of changes, but I think based upon what you've mentioned here, they are structural changes to it. They're not slight changes. And what was my other question? Oh, the one question I had was, and has nothing to do with the Charter Commission, actually, and maybe it would. Are we, right now, our elections are every other year that are on a non-presidential year. Is that, can we have our elections actually fall on a presidential year? Can they fall, or is there, what prohibits us from moving
Be a
those?
separate,
Separate ballot.
Go ahead, Matt.
I believe that you're prohibited from having the local on the state ballot under those circumstances, and that therefore you'd have to have two separate ballots. And that's why
You would.
that's why it's done on odd years.
So when we say two separate ballots, I mean, I look at two separate ballots as, here's a piece of paper, and here's a piece of paper.
Right.
Is it as simple as that?
Well, anytime you do something like that, it creates, you know, it's Murphy's Law, it creates a potential for confusion, and if there's some way somebody's gonna screw it up, they're gonna screw it up, you know, you put it in the wrong box or whatever. And the extra work and all, and counting, and keeping things segregated, so that's my understanding.
You'd have to get, obviously, advice from the town
Yeah.
clerk on that.
I was just gonna say that.
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously.
Right. But I would think that just personally that
So-
we always complain that
We don't
not
have
enough
enough.
people vote, but if you moved it to a presidential election, holy, you
So,
change the
I
dynamics
agree.
drastically.
You
Go ahead,
you may also irritate, I'm being serious, you may also irritate people with too much, that you just can't.
So
Like,
in-
I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but, you know, that's why a commission,
Yeah.
it takes a long time, because because I know this is gonna shock you, there are so many opinions. And how to thread the needle on those opinions is extremely hard, because as you already pointed out, Councilor LeBlanc, and you're right, if somebody doesn't get their way, they're voting no. And then you could be doing all this work and all this money for no gain.
Correct.
I mean, that's what the Framingham went through, I think, for many
Correct.
decades.
Well, one last
This
comment.
is my opinion, based on my experience, which includes the town of Medway, where I live, which had no charter and was in a disastrous situation politically and financially. What we did here in Franklin, when Jeff Nutting was the TA, we basically did a rewrite of the charter. You avoid the loss of control of the Charter Commission as well as the expense by doing it informally. with a committee and whatever input, but you're outside that statutory scheme. When you finally have a product, you then have the council decide that they like it or not. If they do like it, they vote to send it up to the legislature on a home rule petition. There was a time when the legislature would just rubber stamp them. The tendency has been, yes, they give you the approval, but they also send it back for a local ballot question. But nevertheless, that's still a simpler and less expensive process than the commission, and you don't lose that control which the charter commission process involves.
So just one last comment would be, yeah, I agree with creating a subcommittee so that the group of us 9 or whatever can kind of ferret out what we think some of those or what those changes would be. And then potentially, as Council Sorrell said, we then survey the community. Like, what do you agree with? We just kind of do our own little survey monkey. And again, just it's a straw ballot to see whether or not the wind's in favor for those kind of changes. But I mean, personally, I was hoping to be able to make whatever changes we can make by the next election. I just don't, I mean, realistically, in this climate, I don't think that would happen. But yeah, I think if we should investigate potential changes and give our thoughts about what direction it should go, and then potentially use Council Sorrell's option, which is home rule it. I don't know if that would get us all the way home, but I'm all set. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Max?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to acknowledge, you know, first off, I would love to get into the weeds of charter stuff and bylaws. I like that kind of stuff. But I do think that the most important thing right now for this council is to focus on our budget and focus on building trust with the community. And I do worry that focusing on the charter right now might be a little bit of a sideshow from being able to accomplish those things. You know, like I said, I love, you know, I think right now priority number one should be our budget and trying to figure out how we're going to make ends meet. And I don't think that, you know, focusing on the charter right now is the best use of our time. I think if I had a target date for when we should do a charter review, it would be 2029, putting it on that town ballot after potentially we look at some other options for the budget. But I don't think right now that it's in our best interest to focus on this. We might not even have regular committees. We're going to put an ad hoc committee together. Like, I don't know, it doesn't seem like the best use of our resources.
Okay.
I'm so confused. Okay, so my brain is going, I get that.
Yeah.
And then, through the chair, Mark, you said we could kind of decide what we wanted with the committee, make decisions, and then send that up, and then they'll bump it back, and then we can put that on the ballot. So essentially, we can still change the charter without doing a commission.
You just can't do substantial changes.
No, you can shortcut it. The town of Medway did an entire new charter
But-
that way.
But the,
Whether it's good or bad, it's a policy decision.
here's the clause, though. Town of Medway, several years ago, went to unelect their town clerk, okay? And this has been going on for decades. And they sent up a home rule up to Beacon Hill, and because of the division in the community over the question, the elected representatives on Beacon Hill and I understand why this is not a criticism, they sent it back to the local ballot. What you're seeing now from the legislature is, we don't want to get in the middle of local decisions, right?
Exactly.
And I want to be clear, I fully understand why state legislators don't want to get in the middle of that. I really do understand, because these are local conversations. Their job is to advocate on Beacon Hill. You can go through the home rule process where the council could take the charter commission report, put it into a home rule, file it in the legislature, and the legislature could approve it. But that is a very, very microscopic ability to get passed, because if you have not consensus in the community, you're passing that division to Rep. Roy and Senator Roush. And naturally, they're going to go, wait a minute, this isn't a decision I made. How do I do this? If the council votes 6-3 on a home rule because y'all don't agree with the staggered terms or something, and you get it to them, the the point I'm trying to make is, the way you really have to do this if you want to do a wholesale thing is go all in and do the commission, elect the board, bake out, as Max said, 4-6 years, give some time, give it the resources, and build the community consensus. If there's anything that I hope we've learned from our failed 2 overrides, okay, is that you need to go out and do the work. You got to go out and talk to people one-on-one at their houses, in the coffee shops, out in the community, and really make sure the community is in favor overwhelmingly on something, so when you go to the ballot, it passes. You can file legislation with the State House, but that is a very, very low, almost microscopic probability of getting through. Because they're just gonna say, or, as Mark said, send it back to the local officials and put it on the ballot.
Yep.
That's what they've been saying over and over. So it is a mean to an end, but it's a waste of time.
Okay, so just one other question, which I get, and I'm not suggesting we do one or the other, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. But what if we had an ad hoc thing and we were taking community engagement and we were listening, and then everybody talked and we had a nice little conversation, and everybody was on the page of what they wanted changed, including the residents? Then we follow whatever it is you called it, because I can't remember.
Home rule.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And filed it, and they bounce it back to us, and we still put it on a ballot, which is not a problem, because the residents should decide anyway,
Right.
so I'm all for that. But it would, if that's something that we could do, depending on what the changes are being looked to have happen, that would save us money and still come out with an outcome where the residents are actually still deciding.
Right, but I think Councilor Grella mentioned it, like, those are, you can't do substantial changes to your legislative body through that process.
Even with the home rule.
Even with the home rule.
So if
Because-
you
well,
wanna
you could
do-
technically do it with the home rule, but again, without knowing the specifics of what we're changing, it's hard to answer.
Right.
If you're doing staggered terms, you're going through the charter commission and you gotta go to the ballot. I'm just trying to make it, cut it to the
Okay,
chase.
so-
I'm trying to make it easy for you.
That's what
I'm trying to make it
I was
easy for you. If you're
confused on.
gonna change staggered terms, which is I think what everybody wants to do.
Yeah.
School committee, council, planning board, whoever, if you're changing the 5 elected boards, you're doing this route.
No
You're going
matter
through
what.
that,
No matter.
Okay.
you know, right? You know, we'd have to, at that point, I think, evaluate with Rep. Roy and Senator Roush, if, to your point, if there's just widespread consensus and there's peace and love and happiness and everybody's on board, you know, we can evaluate the legislative option without the ballot question, okay?
Gotcha.
But I'm preparing you for probably a likely no to that, just to make sure we don't go down a whole path and then realize that's not good, because, you know, you're probably gonna get a lot of comments about notifications and budgets and who files this, and so, you know, it could, I'll leave it at
So
that.
the home rule doesn't apply to those kind of changes?
Right.
Home rule legislation, we'll just back up. Home rule, the council can file legislation with the state in the House of Representatives on any matter y'all wanna do. That's what's called a home rule. So, I'm trying to think of the last one we did, was the land swap with the recycling center.
The license.
Well, the liquor license, you're right. So the liquor license for Dacey's was a home rule piece of legislation that you file with the state. Rep. Roy gets a bill number, and it's a piece of legislation just like the legislation that Mark Minichelli was asking for, any other bills you see. So we're a home rule state. A citizen, any citizen can file their own legislation in the legislature. That's what's called a home rule. Most states don't allow that. In fact, almost every state doesn't allow that. You have to have a sponsor. But a citizen, you know, Jane, you could go up as Jane Calloway Tripp, not a council or anything, and just file a bill. You'll have a public hearing, you'll have a bill number, you can track it online, and you can see if your idea becomes law. It's kind of that old Schoolhouse Rock video of how a bill becomes law with the little bill. You know, he runs around. I mean, it really is. I mean, that's actually a really great thing for Massachusetts.
That was a flashback.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
You all set, Jane?
I'm all set, thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead,
Just,
Ken.
yeah, just a comment. Just to combine the comments of Councilor LeBlanc and Moranjal, I do, I'm trying to decide, so I think probably the approach we want is that ad hoc committee, but the question is, what is it that we could actually focus on, to your point. I was going to use the terms, like changing terms as kind of the example, so I appreciate you actually stating that that's something that we couldn't do through that, but that's really the nuance I'm looking for. If we were to, say, stagger terms, could we do that through the ballot question? It sounds like you think the answer is likely no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Answer's likely no.
And then, so given that, if we were to form an ad hoc committee of the town council, it would really be about identifying what things in the charter we might.
You just took my question.
Yeah, like we might want to actually address, and, there's probably gonna be, let's say there's 5 to 7 things that we see there. It's 1 or 2 that, we just have to figure out what we're gonna prioritize if we're going to do something as part of the ballot question. But at the end of the day, the bigger question, the bigger issue, as Max pointed out, is making sure that we've got the budget, the finances, to make sure Franklin is moving forward. So, sure, that's the priority, but I don't believe that keeping that as a priority should preclude having an ad hoc committee that's looking at the questions on the charter, looking to identify 1 or 2 things from the charter that we could potentially change. Recognizing that we can't do wholesale change at once, if we can at least identify start to create that list of things that we may want to consider, may want to change, we can actually start moving forward.
That's right.
And have a plan. So that's my thinking, and probably what I would suggest. So.
My only comment would be, I agree exactly with what Ken was said there. That's kind of where I was going. Let's keep working it and figure out what we want.
Ted? A lot's been said. I think if we're going to go down the direction, I believe in January, of establishing council goals and truly looking at what committees are realistic to be subcommittees of this body and what committees are realistic, let's just be honest, for staff to be able to properly support. Because there is a huge amount of their time that has to go into supporting all of these initiatives, goals, and committees. I think we just have to look at that, and if a charter review ad hoc committee is doing just what Ken said, they're gonna take the time, they're gonna just go through it line by line, maybe they're gonna call out a couple of things that are antiquated or a concern, or this needs to be looked at further, like at least highlight it, then maybe they come back to us with a report after 6 months, a year, whatever timeline we establish, like all of our other committees have done in the past, and then we then say, okay, maybe now this is ready to move toward an official charter committee that the public votes on and elects people to take it further, or maybe we scale it back. I mean, there's a lot of different ways we could go with this. Jeff Roy did legislation in Medway that got some charter stuff done through the legislature, but that doesn't mean that that's necessarily going to work here, right? So, I mean, I'd be all in favor of putting a group together that's going to take a look at the charter. It's just a matter of what's realistic.
So I kind of agree with everybody, kinder. I think what you do is you put an ad hoc committee together. I'll work with you, Jamie, we can figure something out. And then get the list that we think we need to change. Not now, I understand, Max, we gotta get through the budget and everything like that, and we'll get that. And then we can decide whether, okay, all these changes are significant, okay, we should do do the whole thing, or do the small part of it. I think that's the way to go. Yeah.
Through you, Councilor Dorogo, Mr. Chairman, I agree. I actually agree with what everybody said. I think we've kicked the can down the road on this for a long time. As both of you know, we've had it lingering out there. But I think to Councilor LeBlanc's point, and I appreciate his input on this, I mean, we've got to kind of start somewhere and get some sort of just short list of things. The town attorney and I have like a few tweaks in there about newspaper ads, right? Like, I mean, they seem trivial, but they do extend us having to have second readings a month later than maybe back-to-back meetings. There's just a few even efficiency things in there. And I think producing a report, if the goal could be that in 2026, we could get some ad hoc committee to report out by the end of the year, the top 20 things that people have heard that would change. I think that would be a huge leap forward. And if the council wants to consider a ballot question for 2027 in the local election, I did look up the statute. I will say it does say 15% of voters. I don't see any other out on this. But also, I think we'll talk to Rep. Roy, and we'll try to get some legislative facts of how many of these home rules are going through the legislature these days. I know many aren't. And so I know Medway's had some in the past, but Medway's also kicked it back to Medway voters when the town clerk issue came up. So
I went back to Valley
I think that we got to do something because I think
that's what I'm saying. So let's.
I agree with you. So maybe I'll talk to you, Mr. Chairman, and we can put a group on.
Together.
I also do believe Max is correct. Once you get to mid-January, as you'll hear in TA report, you're going to be all budget all the time, and you really should be. So I think this can be a side project through the summer, and
That's what I'm saying.
and be able to get something done.
Max, real quick, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just to the point about committees, I know I'm probably late to the game on this, but maybe we have traditionally had the Economic Development Committee, the Budget Subcommittee, and the Capital Budget Committee. If we were to combine budget and, capital budget and budget into one committee, there's a lot of policies that don't really have anywhere to go right now. They don't go to economic development, they don't go to budget. If we combine those two budget subcommittees and created a third policy subcommittee, and we could talk about the trust issue that we had a gentleman in front of us talk about wanting to build trust. We have this issue with regards to the charter. Having a separate policy committee would allow us to do all these things we're doing with also not straining the bandwidth from the administration who needs to do the minutes and that kind of thing. So if we reorganize our committees, maybe we can do these things in those subcommittees.
Yeah.
I don't know, capital's pretty easy, though.
I mean, I would say to you, Mr. Chairman, I mean, Councilor Malloy and I and Attorney Sorrell are going to meet the second week of January or January 8th and 9th, whatever the date was. We glossed over in the last agenda the deputy town administrator conversation in my office structure. So, like, we're kind of moving backward here. At some point, I need some other people to do some other work. People came into my office today and every week and they say it's depressing because there's no one there and there's just desks. I think the committee structure served its purpose for a while. Kicked around some ideas of maybe liaisons and maybe some other ways of dealing with stuff than maybe subcommittees, because subcommittees are agendas, packets, minutes, more nights out. It's something we have to really discuss about the bandwidth, because I'm already working 2 jobs. So to do a third one's gonna be pretty hard, although I'm probably confident I can do some of it. And I'm being legitimately serious, and I do appreciate Councilor Morangello bringing that up, but I think when we talk about the rules of procedure, we're gonna have to talk about some other ways. I actually truly want to find a way to empower all of you to go do more stuff. Going to ribbon cuttings, dealing with a whole variety of things that I think can actually help take some weight off of our shoulders in the office. But I think subcommittees are gonna be really hard to do, and capital is easy, but also joint budget, bad news for you guys, in 3 weeks. I mean, it's almost like, what's the point? You just have more meetings out to talk about the same stuff.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
The definition of insanity is continuing to do the same thing, like, we're just continuing to do it. So at some point, we have to figure out the bandwidth issue and how we're gonna solve the problem moving forward, so.
All right, let's move on. You want to do this?
I think the last one, Mr. Chairman, was the request of Max. Councilor Morangello had wanted to talk about the direction, so, citizen satisfaction survey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I brought this up, and I actually think it actually ties nicely into the gentleman who talked about trying to find, to have a conversation about trust and that kind of thing. But the question specifically on this, there was a survey that went out earlier this year, or was it around sort of citizen satisfaction? And one of the issues that was brought up is that many town residents felt that the town was moving in the wrong direction.
If you wanted
And so I wanted to sort of, I took a lot of classes around public policy when I went to college, and one of the biggest things was around, the first step to solving problems in government is you got to identify the problem. Without doing that, you can't do, you might come up with a solution, but it might be to the wrong problem, and you might not actually end up fixing anything. So I think, we've talked a lot about development, and as well as concerns about, the past budget override failures. And I really want for us as a council to sort of dig deep, and, I think that, sometimes the root of the problem is often deeper than you think. And if you keep asking why, you can sort of dig into it. I think we also, I've noticed that, we talk a lot about overdevelopment and that being an issue, and I've been noticing that we've had a lot of development over the last several decades, but we actually have less development now than we did in the past, but anger is a lot higher. So there's not a correlation between that. And so I just want to, I've been hearing a lot of people, this is not the town I grew up in. I know there's a lot of symbolism sort of in our lexicon around how we feel about the town. And so, I know it was sort of an insult that was thrown around that we were like Framingham, which hurt a lot of people in the town staff. And that, I think that talking about how we feel as a town and how we feel about how the debate impacts us will help us better identify sort of those core issues. And I think there's a lot of things trickling down from the federal level, like we have increased polarization, people are feeling, tight economically, economic hardship, inequality, the pandemic happens, and we're still sort of not quite psychologically recovered from it, even though it was 5 years ago. So I think I'd ask my fellow colleagues to sort of explore, the different issues around that sort of got you elected. What's the core emotion response between why we feel the way we do about the issues that we care about? And I think that if we sort of tap into those emotions and try to dig into them a little further, we can sort of better come up with solutions to our problems that we're facing. So I just want to sort of have a discussion, sort of brainstorm as a group. What do we feel that this, what do we feel this distrust is coming from, so we could better, tap into it, and maybe, and I think by doing that we could sort of better come up with solutions.
Jamie?
I think this is a lot for you guys to comment on. You heard people through an election.
Well, there's a lot less building because there's a lot less land now. So, because it was the 90s is when everything boomed, when, everything was crazy, but.
This is oh, so go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Thank you for bringing this up, Max. I think if we were to go to page 10 of the report, right, which talks about governance, the numbers are a little bit all over the place, which is what is sort of glaring to me. 71% of people are saying, overall, how would you rate the quality of the service provided by the town of Franklin? And we get a 71.
Yeah, right.
And versus the federal government, no surprise, gets 37, right? Which are similar to national benchmarks according to the company that did this, yet 38% say the overall direction of the town of Franklin is taking is not good. And that overall confidence in Franklin government isn't great. So it's the data's a little confusing, right? Because people are happy with overall, but they're not happy with the government or the way or the direction that we're taking. Well, they're kind of the same thing, right? So, I think if we wanted to take time as a council, Max, to go through each category and figure out maybe ways that we could improve, some of these scores to get, voter confidence or, voter satisfaction. I mean, the challenge as I see it, we can't solely rely on the data from the last election because only 40% of the town showed up to vote, right? So 60% of the eligible voters in town clearly didn't care one way or another because they couldn't be bothered to show up to get to the polls, right?
Or didn't have the opportunity.
Or I guess maybe didn't have the opportunity, Councilor Juku, but we gave them several opportunities, right? So I think we can't simply slap the label on that the whole town's unhappy. I think we have to say to ourselves, well, 20% that, because there was a lot of stuff thrown around in the last election, and it's definitely worth examining. But I think, for me, the more concerning number is how do you get the 60% of the eligible voters in town engaged in some way, shape, or form?
Exactly.
And I don't know the answer to that, right? Because whether they're exhausted, whether they just don't care, whether they've got too many other priorities, they're busy with their kids, they're busy with their jobs, they're just trusting the local government to do its thing. I hear from an awful lot of people that they moved to Franklin because the tax rate is super cheap, and then they put their kids in private school. So they don't really care about some of these other issues because we are a relatively cheap place to live compared to other communities in Massachusetts, especially for what people get for their money. So and then we've got the thing to tackle of like longtime residents or townies versus new people, right? And they seem to be at odds with the way we're going. I mean, if we really wanted to dig into this, it could go on forever. And I just want us to be careful of, once you start peeling back the onion, I think people are gonna get kind of their dukes up and get kind of upset. So I think we have to be careful, like, all right, we want to have these discussions, we want to have them delicately, we want to maybe look at who are the people that filled this thing out too, because I don't think we got the greatest sampling. And then we could maybe figure out, when we look at our council goals, like what are a couple of things that we could tackle that would make a difference. But that's just my 2 cents. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
I've been saying it for a while, like all these committees, the subcommittees that we had and everything. I sat in the audience for the last 14 years. It's the same 50 to 100 people that are there all the time. We have to find a way to get more people engaged. I don't know that way. I've been saying it, I don't know. But it's the only way we're gonna get more people engaged. We have to get more people. To Ted's point, we have to hit that 60%. We have to somehow, some way. I agree with you totally, Councilor Cormier-Ledger. So.
Yeah, I think one of the things what I heard, at least in campaigning, was around the communication, right? And I think people understanding kind of why decisions were made, people wanting to be heard and feel like were not being heard. I heard that a lot on there. I heard, building was an issue for a lot of people, including, why do we continue to build more and more apartment buildings, in the community, those sorts of things. Those are the things, but I think the biggest one that I would say is the transparency and communication. Like, I think that we probably, as a town council, need to do a better job of just kind of getting the word out. I've heard even like at the senior center people saying, maybe if you somehow did like a newsletter or something like that, just talking about, what the issues are. Just getting the word out to people was a big one that I heard, at least I heard at the senior center when I was meeting with people. So, yeah. But transparency, communication, I think those are the key things. And I think that as decisions, we start to look at lots of decisions. Like, let's take for instance the split tax rate. Like, I kind of did that on social media, just kind of explaining what the issue was, so that people, one, we were debating it, two, this is what it is, this is why we chose to do what we did, this is what it means to you, your taxes are gonna go up, because that's just what happened. They went up like 6% for the residents. You know, I think that's the sort of communication people want to have on all these different issues, and just constantly getting that communication out, because then if we do at some point say, well, look at the situation, we have to go to an override. I think people would be educated at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot further down the road, understanding what
That's
we've
the
been going
people we
through
have to get to.
right along, rather than trying to, you know, do it at the last minute, you know, and say, okay, yeah, we've decided it, now let's go out and, you know, let's communicate. And we've been talking about this for a year, but people only hear us for the last, 15 minutes of the conversation.
No, you're right.
If I could echo Vice Chair Grello's comment, you know, the question was asked, why are people frustrated? What is it? And I think a lot of it has to do with the lack of information, and sometimes misinformation that was out there. And, you know, and my feeling was that was often there because there was a vacuum, or people felt that there was a vacuum, and, you know, and that they weren't listened to, so the answers that they were getting weren't to the questions they were asking. And that's what created the frustration. I also, and I've said this before, I think the town council, this council could help with that by, you know, communicating in somewhat the same fashion that, you know, Councilor Grella did with constituents, with communities, letting them know, you know, being more transparent with regards to what decisions we're making, why we're making it. I know that we have minutes that get approved every week, and so anyone can go online and find these. They don't. So having a way to communicate even, you know, on a regular basis where, hey, here's our bulleted, primary takeaways, because no one's going to spend the 3.5, 4 hours listening to this that you know, after we go through it. But if we have a way to summarize, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent. I think there are ways for us to be more communicative with the town of Franklin, and that's something we should strive to do as we think about goals. You know, when we talk about it, but you know, part of the reason around the frustration has to do with the lack of information and misinformation that was out there. Another part of it, when you look at the cross-section on the, you know, analyzing the data piece, you know, you look at the breakdown of people who answered these questions, and to your point, there isn't a lot more land for people to build on. Right. But when you have 65% of the respondents being, you know, 55 and older, they've been here for a while, so they're frustrated about the kind of the result, like where we are today compared to 20 years ago, as opposed to really looking at, okay, things that have changed in the last 3 to 5 years. So there's an element, I would argue, of this isn't the town I grew up in, right? And so that's what you're going to hear. That's where the frustration is coming from. The truth is, we can't go backwards. We can't turn the clock back on that regard, but we do need to be communicative about where we want to go and how we're going to try to get there. And I think that's the opportunity in front of us. So that's my 2 cents. I mean, worthwhile conversation, worthwhile debate, and you know, but that's how I'm thinking.
What I have actually saw a friend of mine that I haven't seen in a long time. I saw him at the supermarket, and he said, "Are you still on the council?" I said, "I've been on the council for 14 years. Oh, yeah, no, I voted for you. Obviously, he didn't, because he doesn't know I was on the council. So, I mean, let's face it, right? So those are the people we have to try to engage. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I mean, I agree with you. I agree with everybody, totally. You know, so Steve.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, and I think it's we've got to find a couple of different ways on a regular basis to push information out to people. We can't rely on them to come get it, because they're just not going to do it, to your point. So we got to figure out how to do that simply, easily, and consistently. Because I think we can develop a history or a track record of these are the ways and means that we've tried to provide information. We can do that. And maybe this goes to our procedures, and I think what Max had suggested when we were first elected. I think a big part of it is giving people the opportunity to talk to us and have us answer. One of the things I would like to talk about in our citizens' comments is the frustration people feel. I was in those chairs for a long time, and you raise a point, and you bring it to the council, and nobody answers. I think we need to find a way to fix that or create another forum where we can engage and talk with people, because I think that's satisfying to people. They need to hear an answer, they need to know that they're listened to, hopefully that there's some follow-up or whatever, but if they just kind of talk about an issue and you don't get any response then or even later, I think we can do better. I don't know how to do that, but I think that's important.
I agree with you, but that's just a few. Because I've actually thought, I know we have down the senior center tomorrow morning, but that's 8:30 in the morning. I have to work tomorrow, I can't go. So.
I gotta get my granddaughter on the bus. Like, I'd like to have something in the early afternoon
Or early evening.
or something, because
I've actually thought about that.
can't
too.
do those things in the morning.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't agree with the comments, but you also have to flip it around, when are they there?
Yeah.
And I think part of the problem is, and I understand it doesn't work for everybody at that time, Julie's gonna send out a poll to everybody about other times, other venues. We will do, you guys can go do more of that. But you gotta remember, you gotta go to where people are. And seniors
that's what I'm
aren't there
saying.
at 6:30 at night having dinner.
But
They're
let's
there
go
at
somewhere
8:30 in the
else.
morning to have coffee. So it's tough, you're right. It's tough when people work, they can't be there. But if you wanna listen to people, that's when you do it. That's why we do it early in the morning, because that's when the audience is there. I'm not trying to say that other comments aren't valid, but what I'm trying to convey is, you have to go to where people are. And I think one of the challenges with this is, people are not physically present at meetings. They're not gonna watch the 4-hour meeting. And I think some of the transition here is, people are on Facebook, right? People are there. And that is one venue that has to be, I think, more explored, maybe not fit, So I'm just trying to convey that if you want to have office hours at the senior center at 6 o'clock or in the.
No, I'm not even saying that. It
well,
could be somewhere
They're not
else.
gonna be, people aren't gonna go. They're not
Do
gonna.
the 8:30 one, but I'm saying for the seniors.
But Julie's gonna do a poll to all of you to find out what your schedules are and what your ideas are, what other places do you wanna go to do outreach to people? So she's gonna send that out in the next day or two, get some input from all of you of when you're available, and try to work with the department heads too, and others about what would work for them. Because you can't just rent a room at the library if the place is packed with kids, right?
No, I know.
I know but I think that's what's the challenge of outreach is, and I think part of the challenge, last thing I'll say is, it's a lot. It's a lot of emails. The volume and the expectations are enormous. Even for volunteer board members, all of you work, and then you got another 50 emails. You may not know the answers. It's hard. And I think all of you have to work on, are you trying to give people the substance, or are you trying to say, we received your comment, thank you for your feedback, right? Thank you, Mr. Minichelli, we appreciate your email, we'll take a look at it. And try to figure out how to manage time. And all of your personal schedules versus different people's schedules of when they work and when they're not available.
After July 1st, I can make every day.
Put that in the minutes.
You signed yourself up.
I will. I'll be down there every day for breakfast.
He's still going to breakfast.
Careful what you wish for.
Either one.
Go by, lock the door again.
Jesus, the whole room's going crazy.
As far as the senior center thing goes, it's not even just the time, rotating the days.
Yeah.
Sometimes not always having it, I'll use my personal life, for example. I take care of my granddaughter in the morning. My responsibility is to make sure that child gets on the bus. I am not getting to the senior center at 8:30 when I have an 8-year-old to get on a bus and psycho puppy who's ADHD on steroids, and I'm trying to wheel her into the house. Not gonna happen. But on Wednesdays, my daughter's off. I don't have to do that. I can be up and out. So if we could even somehow, once in a while, switch up the days, even if the time is okay, it could help. Like, there's gotta be, because otherwise, there's no way for some of us to ever be present, and then they feel like we don't care.
Right.
And that's not the case.
The other option through you is just go down yourself. Just go down and have breakfast, just go
That's
pop
what
by
I
the
do.
library, just go down to the
That's
fire
what I do.
department, just go talk to them, go into the bay, they usually hang out there. Go have your own office out. I'm not you in particular, Jane,
No,
but,
I know what you're saying.
but if you're the honeydew candidate, you're the birchwood person, you're the intermission person, you're the, unfortunately, we make this almost too complicated. I don't think the problem is listening. Oh, I think we listen quite a bit. I think it's just about communicating to people why decisions are made and why they're being made, and maybe some of the decisions have to be better, right? I personally believe that most people don't want to be bothered with any of this. They elect the 9 of you to solve these problems, to make decisions, and sometimes the decisions are unpopular, but they don't want to be burdened with long budget documents, long meetings. People are exhausted and they don't have that time. I think they're looking for all of you to go out and just talk to them casually at the grocery store, wherever, whatever forums are convenient for you guys. And look at the 9 of you. You're all going to go to different places at different times. Not everybody has to go to everything all the time.
No, I can't.
Just go down yourselves. Just go hang out with people, and I think you'll find that's going to probably solve a lot of the issues. If you just get out there. So if it's Wednesday that works for you, Councilor Callaway Tripp,
Go down there Wednesday
just go down
morning.
and have lunch. And just make your way around. Just sit at a table and talk to folks.
It's true, because I was there at the office hours, and like 2 people were there.
Yeah.
So it's not like there were a lot,
Yeah.
people showing up.
Knocking the door down.
Exactly. You don't get as many people as we did on the office hours.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So a couple things. I noticed in Brutus's presentation, he talked about how people's expectations are changing.
Yeah.
So, 20, 30 years ago, people were a little more polite, and now I think there was a comedy show that recently talked about how people aren't nice anymore. And a lot of people are just, so the lack of niceness, be nice. But I think the other thing is that I do hear a lot about, when we're talking about transparency, and I think that's always something that can improve. But about the benchmark that came out is specifically us compared to other towns. And all towns have issues getting the word about things. And I don't think that Franklin in particular has a specific issue with transparency in terms of not getting out the word about stuff, not listening. Well, I think in terms of listening, maybe there's something there in terms of like how we're perceived. Sometimes perception is different than reality. But I think I'd like to turn things back to sort of my fellow councilors and something drove you to run, to be elected and be on the ballot and win in a landslide. And I'd just like to invite my fellow councilors to think a little bit about what drove them to run. And what was that emotion that they were, something they were upset about or passionate about, that said, you know what, I want to do this. So I think that's really the reason that, people are frustrated, is because, if it caused you to run, that's probably why people voted for you.
All right, so let's move on to legislation for action, do something really nice.
Speaking of nice.
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah?
So you guys don't talk yet.
So I'm just going to read
Legislation, Resolution 25-83. Clerk will read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an acceptance of gifts for the Veteran Service Department and the Senior Center, Resolution 25-83. And I'll just read the whole thing for everyone's benefit, because these are pretty extraordinary gifts that are not going to come about too often. So, whereas the Veteran Service Department and Senior Center have received generous donations in the total amount of $112,348.61 to be used at the discretion of each department as follows. Donation summary. Veteran Service Department, $91,072.88. Donations to be used at the discretion of the Veteran Service Department through the Franklin Municipal Veteran Assistance Fund and the Franklin Veteran Gift Fund in support of local veterans and their families. The Senior Center, $21,725 and a very important 73 cents. Donation to be used at the discretion of the Senior Center Department through the Council on Aging Gift Fund to provide services and programs to senior citizens in the Franklin community. List of all donors is included in the December 17, 2025 Town Council meeting agenda packet. Now therefore be it resolved that the Town Council of the Town of Franklin, on behalf of the Veteran Service Department and Senior Center, gratefully accepts these generous donations to be used at the discretion of each department for the purposes noted above. This resolution shall become effective according to the provisions of the Town of Franklin Home Rule Charter.
You heard the resolution. We have a motion.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
And councilors, we'd like to take the opportunity to express our deepest gratitude to the late Robert Catalano and his estate administrators for the extremely generous donation to the Veterans Gift Fund in the amount of $86,258.42. This donation reflects Bob's outsized generosity and compassion, as well as his patriotism and dedication to our veterans and to the local community that he loved so much. We are grateful to his family for administering these funds so they can be used for the veterans and spouses in Franklin experiencing financial difficulty. Please know that our Veterans Services Office will be careful custodians of these funds and use them wisely. We will provide assistance to as many qualifying individuals in need as possible. While we want to use these funds judiciously in the present, and we will, we also want to ensure we preserve these funds so this donation lasts over time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime donation, and we are deeply grateful. Moreover, we want to send a shout-out to the Fletcher Hospital Corporation, whose donation of $3,500 is also on the resolution tonight. They have been annual donors to our Veterans Gift Fund, and we appreciate their support greatly. We want to thank all of the organizations and individuals who have donated to our veterans funds. We could not accomplish our mission without their support and the outstanding community that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I personally know Bobby Catalano because he was really good friends with my dad. You're talking about, I mean, he lived down here on the corner of 140 and King, the big apartment complex, and my father was his neighbor across the street. As Bobby would say, oh, your father was across the street, the Jereminis were over here, the Catalanos were over here. He goes, we were very, very tight. The Matronis were up in the top. He goes, but you're talking about somebody that loved the town. You can't get anybody that loved this town more than Bobby Catalano. And I got to know him a little bit when I first ran more because I knew my father knew him, would always stop and say hi to him, talk to him. But you're talking, when you sat down and have a story with him, you're talking about 1930 when the Great Depression hit, and they had nothing, nothing. He said they would go to my grandmother's house to have a meal. My father and his family would go over their house and have a meal. I mean, like Bobby said, we had nothing, but that made us closer. And that's what they were very, very close. They were very close. Actually, the first time I ran for office, he came up to me and he said, I don't even know what you stand for, but your father was one of the best guys to come out of here. That's why I'm voting for you. That's exactly what he said. And then we became good friends. Then I kept on going down to his house and stopping down his house. But he was a great guy. He lived in that house his whole life except for I think whatever time he went in World War II, that was the only, when the whole neighborhood went. But yeah, and he was a war hero, and He fought for his country, came home, became like a vice president of GM or something like that, I think, believing over in Framingham, if I'm not mistaken. And great guy. Surely missed. Just one of the nicest guys, and always thought about the town. I can't try, I think we definitely should do something for him, but that's further down the line, you know? Definitely a great guy. I can't, one of the nicest guys I've ever met in my entire life. I don't know if anybody else has.
I wanted to say something, it's just that when you said his name and I was trying to remember, I know a lot of people in town, but I don't know everybody by name.
Yeah.
So, you know, I went and kind of looked him up so I could see his picture, and I'm like, where do I know this guy? Where do I know this guy? And then I kind of looked a little bit down, and then it was St. Mary's. He's
Oh, yeah.
he's an usher at St. Mary's
Yeah,
for
absolutely, yeah.
many years, and so you saw him all the time. So just amazing person, and really, as a town, we'd be so thankful to have people like him to donate, be so generous.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They're truly extraordinary gifts that Mr. Catalano's estate left to the town, and left with the trust to the staff and volunteers, both at the senior center and the Veterans Department, to use the funds appropriately and wisely. And my only sort of caution would be, I think, or advice maybe, would be, because I used to deal with large gifts like this in the nonprofit world, and there was always discussion about where funds should go, where funds could go, should funds get invested so it can be long-term, should there be a plaque put up, like there was always these big elaborate talks, right? So I think with what staff and volunteers of these particular entities need to look at is, what's the best use for this money? There are certainly people that will reach out to you through these funds for assistance, and that's appropriate. But I think there may also be some long-term needs that you could look at with this money and truly remember Bob in a different way, whether that is something that would normally come through capital that would just get bought with this money that's going to benefit a whole lot of people for a whole long time. Maybe it's something to be improved at the senior center that veterans and seniors would both use, and that's where the plaque goes up. But just, please give some thought to the impact of gifts this size, so that it's not just sitting in a fund and not, I think, being really meaningful to what Bob would have wanted. Because, I didn't know him all that well. I got to meet him several times at veteran events and Memorial Day events, and just kind of talked to him, and he always had such nice things to say about Franklin and about the senior center and about, I was clearly a very proud veteran. So I just want us to make sure that we honor his wishes and do some special things with the money. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? Well, this will be a great
Yeah.
vote right here, as far as I'm concerned, so. Is Caroline still on?
She is.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know
I'm
if
still
we'll-
here.
All right.
I don't know if
You
we'll
have
ever
anything
see-
to say?
No, just thank you so much to Mr. Catalano and his estate. It's incredible.
I
All
don't
right.
think we'll ever see
We,
numbers like this again.
No. So,
All
and
right.
like I said, 1930, they had no money, so God bless them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
So,
All right, we ready?
I'm ready for the resolution.
Well, do I need to read it again, or can we
No,
just go to roll call?
roll call vote.
Okay. All right. Roll call vote. Councilor Griffith.
Yes.
Councilor Malloy.
Yes.
Councilor Juku.
Yes.
Councilor Morangello.
Yes.
Councilor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councilor Callaway Tripp.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilor Grella, Vice Chair.
Yes.
And you, sir.
Yes.
So that is 9-0.
Motion passed. Thank you so much. Okay, town administrators report.
Yeah, through Mr. Chairman, a couple of quick announcements. January 14th will be the next Finance Committee meeting. And at that meeting, they will be having a discussion about the economics of development. And so our department heads and the Board of Assessors will be there to talk about many of the questions that people have had in the community. They will also be reviewing the FY26 capital requests. February 4th, at the council meeting that night, I anticipate an updated FY27 budget model, which will include the local aid numbers from the governor. And also that night, I anticipate the council looking at some of the capital requests for FY26 as well. So, and then obviously want to wish everybody an incredible happy holiday season. Lastly, with Bob Catalano in mind, he, like many of you, one of the most amazing, polite, sweet people I've ever met in my life. He gave an amazing speech during Memorial Day that I'll never forget for the rest of my life, maybe 4 years ago.
Something, was it that long?
Maybe, yeah, it was, I know, it feels like, I know. You know, and I just happened to notice this week in the Franklin Town News that Franklin has one surviving World War II veteran who is still alive. This gentleman named Art. And to maybe over the holiday break, as we enter a new year. I'm not a New Year's resolution kind of guy, but maybe I need to be. I don't know. I feel like as we just had that discussion about civility or trust, transparency, with Bob's donation, you know, this is a generation of people that cared about the country deeply, that put into an unprecedented 2 decades of famine across our country and war. And we have one gentleman remaining in this community who's a World War II veteran. I know all of you had family members and stuff that were in World War II. Maybe with Bob's gift to the Senior Center and Veterans Office, maybe just, and I know I'm going to do it as well, but maybe we can all think a little bit about Bob's gift to the community, the role he had in the community, and the role of the World War II generation. With one gentleman left, maybe this is a part of some of the issues that we see with people getting along with change. And I've always looked at that generation as an inspiration of incredible pride in our country and our community. Bob's gift could not shine that anymore. I didn't even realize these were coming until about a couple weeks ago when they just came into the office and said, here are the checks. And it was pretty overwhelming when they came in to deliver those checks. And I don't know, maybe we have to go think back a little bit about World War II generation and how they cared about us, cared about we. They prioritized us over self. And donating $100,000 as part of your trust is certainly when the move that people make, that they care about their community. So I'll be reflecting on that, and certainly this article about Art Zemer and his family in the Town News, and if you haven't seen it, you should take a look at it and feel grateful for what they did for our country 100 years ago. So I hope everybody has a wonderful holiday season, a great new year, and looking forward already to 2026. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jamie. No subcommittee meetings. Future agenda items, Council Malloy.
I don't think any at this time, sir.
Council Juco.
Same.
Council LeBlanc.
I'm good, thank you.
Council Marangello.
Nothing at this time.
Council Calhoun.
Nothing at the time.
Council Tommy Legend.
I know it's late, but I had to. I think I would like to see us revisit the conversation so that Jamie's not left out in left field about the staffing concerns in his office. I don't think we've touched on that enough, and I do think we owe it to him to take a look at that and figure a solution out for the new year. And Jamie, this is more a question to you. Is it possible to look at town investments and just look at where those funds are going, similar to what the city of Medford just did?
The city of Medford?
Yeah, the city of Medford board just voted kind of an unprecedented thing here. I was kind of proud of my old hometown.
You got a great mayor there.
I've always had great mayors. But I'll read it. The city of Medford passed the first ordinance of its kind in Massachusetts barring city funds from being invested in companies directly tied to fossil fuels, the building of prisons, weapons, or entities that directly, knowingly, or over time contribute to human rights violations.
That's intense.
It's pretty intense, and it's the first of its kind. So I just wonder, given, I don't know where our money is invested or what funds it's invested in, but it might be a worthwhile conversation.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing for me.
Nothing for me.
Caroline?
Caroline?
Nothing for me either, thank you.
I keep forgetting she's there.
How can you forget her?
I don't mean that in a bad way.
She's a little blue.
He's getting tired, Caroline.
That's okay, we're all getting tired.
Council comments. Council Malloy.
Just a couple of quick ones. I'd like to compliment Carrie Bertone for her work helping our resident Brian on the tax calculation piece of or the developing a calculator so we can tie out our real estate tax bills. I think that was a legitimate issue, a little bit tricky to kind of get to, got a little contentious with some of the emails back and forth, but she really stepped up and applied some creative, can-do attitude to fixing that. And she's come up with a terrific, very simple, elegant solution. I'm sure there's a lot of work behind the scenes to do that. But there'll be a calculator out there available soon to all of the public where you put in your assessed value, and it'll spit out what your real estate taxes are, what the exclusion costs are for your home, and it'll tie right to your bill, which I think is phenomenal. So I wanted to thank her for doing that, and could be a small victory, but very big to him, and I think just a very good, great government service. So great stuff. Other than that, just to wish everybody a great holiday season, and looking forward to 2026, and wishing everyone a healthy new year.
Thank you, Council Malloy. Council Juku?
Just to respond to a couple things I heard earlier today, Mr. Minnekele around the Massachusetts bills, that was a good reminder. I do think that's something that makes sense for us to look back at. Wanted to throw another shout out for veteran services. Shannon Nisbet mentioned it, but just anywhere we can help provide assistance to veterans through the Veterans Fund or Chapter 115. Just please take advantage of that. Also wanted to just throw some respect, some props, whatever, to the town of Franklin and the community coat drive and the number of coats that were actually produced. That's just fantastic. I think that's really meaningful for many, many people. Also, the Franklin Fathers, Jason Joyce spoke about that and gave some upcoming events. He did not mention an event from this past weekend, Wreath of Franklin, where it sounds like the Franklin Fathers wreath won first place. So, wanted to throw a little shout out to them for that as well.
Yay, dads.
Thank you, Council LeBlanc.
Just happy holidays to everybody out there. Thank you.
Warren Jallow, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to acknowledge some of the things that I've been happy to attend over the last 2 weeks. First, there was the newly elected councilor training hosted by the Massachusetts Municipal Association. They put on a fantastic training. Learned a lot there. They had the menorah lighting here at the Common. It was a fantastic event, very festive, joyous. I wanted to give a shout out to Corey Shea for the amazing Wreath of Franklin event that she helped put on, along with the Downtown Partnership and the Cultural District and all of our sorts of community members. I got to be the festive sweater judge at the Franklin Fathers Storytime event, and that was really cool. I got to give out some gift certificates for that for some very festive sweaters. I joined the Franklin Freedom Team. So I'm taking over from Kobe Frangillo for sort of being the council representative on that. There was the Senior Winter Wonderland at the Senior Center, which was amazing. Shout out to the Senior Center. And if you have time, it's going to be here in January, until January. The train exhibit at the Historical Museum is fantastic. Scott Mason put in a lot of work on that train exhibit, former chair of the council. So a lot of great stuff happening in Franklin. I urge everyone to get out and participate in the wonderful community we have here. Thank you.
Councilor Griffin.
Yeah, I think Max just took a lot of my comments.
Yeah.
So I won't repeat them all, but I did want to say that, this time of year we see, I think, the best of people and the best of this town. And after kind of a contentious summer and fall where there's been a lot of division, I think it's just a beautiful thing that we've seen, this outpouring of support from the community in terms of like the coat drive. And I know that the Santa Foundation has had lots of tickets being pulled and things like that. And then we've had some really wonderful events that our town has put on that the community has been able to participate in recently. And it's just been really wonderful to see and participate in all this. And I'm really hoping that we can carry this, spirit of neighborly goodwill into 2026 as well. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Callaway Tripp.
Yeah, remember everybody said I was always being so quiet? Well, that ends tonight. I'm gonna start off with, I wanted to speak about some concerns that happened with the ZBA meeting. I understand the technical difficulties with the YouTube link because we had them here. I understand that the normal person that ran the Zoom was not present, so it was kind of handed to someone who doesn't typically do it. And so there was issues, and I get the technical issues. My concern isn't with the fact that there was actually technical problems, but it was some of the responses that were given when people were upset. It kind of goes along with the whole thing we talked about just a little bit ago about why people have trust issues. So it kind of worked out to be a perfect night for this. The problem is, when it was first initially, and I was watching it on the TV and I was also trying to zoom in, and the ZBA chair didn't seem concerned at all, just stated that residents can watch it on cable or YouTube. The first issue is not everyone is on cable, and the YouTube link was down. When it was stated that it was a Zoom-only agenda meeting and you could Zoom in to be part of it, that right there states that all people are let into that meeting. It was on the agenda for residents to be able to attend. So there's a problem that it didn't happen. His attitude was wrong. Commentary happened through it. People can watch it on the replay, was his answer. Well, after spending hours of watching the meeting, which I did, who wants to go back and watch it all over again? And that wasn't the right answer because it shouldn't have been. That's not transparency. What that is, dismissing the concerns of residents in what is a high-profile meeting is nothing less than disrespectful to every resident in this town. While I understand the meeting was long and most likely why the comment was made, the residents could watch the replay. That was not the point, and our apologies for the inconvenience would have been a better choice of words. I also wanted to address that some residents' frustrations were handled when expressed concern. They were told by administration that mistrust comes from conspiracy theory narratives. That is not fair. Mistrust does not come from residents asking valid questions. It comes from boards, administrations failing to see issues from the residents' point of view. The correct response should have been, sorry for the inconvenience. It is never the intention to omit residents from meetings as it was being broadcasted on cable. I hope you can see this was nothing more than an unfortunate mishap, and as I'm aware, the trust the residents have for the town's government is very low right now. I want to ensure you realize that this was not intentional, and we will be working to prevent this again going forward. Thank you for taking that time and reaching out and being involved and tuning into the meetings. That would have been the more appropriate response. Not blaming residents for the lack of trust. It's time to own what we say and do, and it can't always be somebody else's fault. I made a promise when I took this council seat that I would be the same person here that I was behind that microphone during citizens' comments. And that means asking hard questions. It means holding people accountable, even if it is seen as overstepping. If holding government accountable is overstepping, then perhaps the rules we follow need to change. Because trust is not built by dismissing residents' concern. Trust is built by listening, admitting mistakes, ensuring that every resident has equal access to the process. If this is overstepping, then I will apologize now because I'll be overstepping a lot. This is how transparency is upheld, and this is how we strengthen Franklin together. So tonight I leave you with this. Our community is strongest when every voice is heard, every concern is respected, and every resident feels that they belong in the conversation. That is the Franklin that I believe in. That is the Franklin that I will continue to fight for. That is the end of that. And then the next thing I just wanted to say is, on a positive note, I went to the senior center party. I'm sorry I didn't talk to a lot of people. I got hung up with Elvis, but he was amazing. And really thought he actually came back. But I really hope that everybody truly has a very Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year, and take the time to remember those who are no longer with us and those that can't be home with their families. And we'll see you next year.
Thank you, Ms. Callaway. Tripp? Go ahead, Ted.
I have to follow that?
Yeah?
Wait. All right. Sorry, Jane, I was just kidding. Although you did film the entire Elvis thing, so
I will post it.
Maybe there's some copyright issues there, I'm not sure. So, congratulations to all of tonight's athletes, coaches, parents. I know that was hours ago, but we bring those groups in here to remind everybody what a positive thing is happening out in Franklin. We've got hardworking kids, hardworking coaches. We celebrate the arts here often. Those are important reminders when we sometimes get bogged down in the minutia and the negative, that I think it's great that we bring those people in. So congratulations to all of them. Thank you to everybody that was involved in the coat drive. That's pretty amazing. Thank you to the staff and the volunteers, both for the Winter Wonderland, because that event was amazing. It was packed. It was happy. There were kids running around. There was engagement. It was fantastic. And also to Corey and to her team of volunteers at the Cultural District and the Cultural Council, and all of the businesses that got involved in Aretha Franklin. That was a great event on Saturday. And just to be able to walk around and see all of those vendors, and again, Franklin being happy, Franklin supporting each other. I was sorry to miss the menorah lighting. I've gone for several years, particularly in light of the horrific acts against the Jewish community in recent memory. I wanted to show them support. So happy Hanukkah to all of my Jewish friends and family and neighbors and everybody out there that's celebrating that. Lastly, I wanted to mention and really give a shout out to the Franklin Food Pantry. I got to spend a couple of hours there last week through a work event, and they're seeing more people in line than ever. Yep. They're seeing people that are making requests online. They're seeing people that are coming through the drive-through. They're seeing kids coming on the weekends to pick up a backpack because they don't have any food at home. There are legit needs that they are servicing every single day, and they do it in an extraordinary way with the highest amount of dignity. So I would just say to everybody, if you're looking for a place to donate, if you're looking for perhaps some items that you'd like to donate, they've got their wish lists up on their website, or if you'd like to go talk to the staff. I was also really happy to see that they have an entire section for pets, because oftentimes pets are home and the families are struggling with money, which means the pets provide an essential service to the family, but they need food and supplies too. So happy holidays to everybody. Thank you again for not just this group and the work that you've done, but the work that you will do. And Happy New Year, and enjoy time with your families, because we've got a lot of work to do in 2026. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council Bell. Do we have to go to some other folks?
No, I think we're done.
We hit everybody?
Except me.
Oh, okay. God, what am I? I must have been asleep. All right, I'll just make a few short comments. One, I want to just kind of piggyback on something that Jane, she went into the ZBA meeting talking about that. I just think that if the meeting is a Zoom-only meeting, then everybody needs to be able to come into the meeting. And folks are held out for whatever reason. If we have to go back and we have to kind of, because we did Zoom meetings all through COVID. If we have to go back and, retrain people or get them updated on the public meeting rules, let's do that, because we should never hold anybody out of a public meeting. So that's all I'll say about that. It's amazing, by the way, so my second is a positive comment, just amazing about the sports teams that we have here in Franklin and how great they are. And I'll make a big shout out to the coaches who coach those teams, like yourself, who did for many years. Just amazing people. And if your child's not in sports, really think about doing that. I have 4 children. They all went through sports in Franklin. You get so much out of it. These kids get so much out of it, the competitiveness and team spirit, and they just learn a lot, lessons for life. So I think that's great. And my final comment is Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Grella. Well, yeah, I pretty much everything's been said, but I want to piggyback on Council Grella. Our kids played sports together, and they've long gone. 10 years, they've been out of high school 10 years, 11 years, but they're still friends. They still have a bond. I told my son that you were running, and he was like, "Oh, that's Gene's dad, man." Yeah, of course I'm gonna vote for him. He goes, they haven't seen each other for years, but that bond they have is something special. So really, it was I coached Pop Warner, and then went into the high school and coached, and it's probably one of my favorite times ever, was coaching those kids. I still see them all the time now. I mean, they're like my sons. Yeah, you know what I mean? It just keeps going. And on the, obviously, great job, kids, and great job, Bobby Catalano. I think that for the greatest generation, the biggest key for them is they never thought about themselves that much. It was always to help somebody else. And I don't know if that got passed down to us as much as it should have. I went to a funeral today. My really good friend's mom passed away. She was 88. And one of my friends became a priest, Father Chris. He's down in Hanover. But, he said the same thing. He goes, I don't know if they brought it down to us as much as they should have, because they really did care about other people first, I think. But, we'll work on that, I guess. But all right, I want to wish everybody a happy holiday season. Enjoy yourself, enjoy your family. That's what it's all about, family first. Remember that. So I'll let
Motion to adjourn.
Second, non-debatable. Roll call vote.
Caroline, you okay with us going home?
Yes, let's do it. Well, I'm already home, but you guys can go home.
Counselor Malloy?
Yes, please.
Counselor Ojukwu?
Definitely.
Counselor LeBlanc?
Yes.
Counselor Morangello?
Yes.
Counselor Callaway Tripp?
Yes.
Okay, Counselor Grilla?
Yes.
Myself is a definite yes.
Yes,
Chairman?
yes, yes.
Okay, I think we got your vote. 9-9.